Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the new week, new trading week. It is currently Monday, March the 11th. Good morning, Ram. Good morning, anybody else in the stream. All right, summing things up in the pre-market. Apple strong, up 1%. S&P, Qs, Russell, all negative on the session despite Apple's strength. Semiconductors are seeing some follow through to the downside today. So semis are seeing some follow through to the downside today. You have NVDA down 0.62, Microsoft down 0.54, AMD down 1.8, SMCI down 2.28. Tesla is eking out a small little gain here. AVGO down 1.43. Bitcoin just soaring and roaring well above the previous all-time high, trading at 72,000 as we speak. You can see you had a little bit of a dump here off of this candle, so there is going to be some sellers and resistance there, but definitely a screamer of a move for BTC. All right, S&P looking to continue lower here, maybe get some sort of an intraday bounce, but as we speak, I mean, if we look at the 5-minute chart of the S&P down here on the screen, there is a little bit of a channel I'm watching. Just want to make sure it's the correct channel. So there is a little bit of a downward trend channel that I'm watching, and it's observed like this. And this is kind of a failed breakout here, so I do expect us to retest the bottom of this channel, likely fill this gap, which sits around that 509.77. In the pre-market, the S&P has gone much lower. It has got a significant bounce. So if we just draw this little pre-market on, you can see the pre-market low is all the way down here at 507. We're actually going to watch the Qs since it's the weaker indice. I much prefer watching the Qs, but you can see the Qs pre-market low 436.25, pre-market high all the way up to 440. So a pretty big range, just over $3.50 range to trade. Nat gas under a little bit of pressure today. Same thing with oil. Oil under a little bit of pressure. It's interesting, you have Bitcoin still soaring and roaring, but the dollar's actually made a little bit of a move to the high side, trying to make a bullish reversal intraday. So the dollar is trying to firm up here. So Bitcoin continuing to make new all-time highs here. Just want to see something. Whoops. So obviously we know Friday had a big market sell-off. Had a little bit of a bounce into the end of the day, and that got sold into as well. You are coming up into some hourly chart support on the Qs. I wanted to trade this on Friday, this upsloping trend line, going all the way back to here. But again, now you run the risk that if you break that upsloping trend line this week, you could have a pretty decent down move on the Qs. Just cleaning up my charts here. So again, I still think there's a chance we can retest pre-market low, fill that gap intraday. And then we'll have to reassess from there. Good morning, Eric. Good morning, Briston. Everybody. So again, strength in Apple, pretty much weakness in everything else. Nat gas down, oil down. China stocks are catching a bid today. Meta getting hit pretty hard. We're just going to take it slow, guys. I'm interested in maybe looking at a day trade scalp short on Bitcoin, Coinbase as well. So I'm keeping those on watch. I do have a little bit of a long trade on the Qs. I think we can play this 436.08 gap. Just depends on how we open. We're watching NVDA, we're watching Bitcoin, watching the semiconductors. And again, semis are weak. Weak to start the week. Semis are weak to start the week. But you do have strength in Google and Apple out of the mega caps today. So they're actually holding up pretty well. Looking at MSOS for a 5% swing trade, ideally a buy at 770 to 775 is my preferred entry. I would need to see a reversal in the indices to hold it longer than a day. MSOS. So MSOS is currently trading at 782 in the pre-market. You're currently wedged between the daily 100 MA and the daily 7 MA is in a downtrend. Daily 100 MA is in an uptrend. You are trying to bounce here. There is some levels of support. Still trying to hold higher lows, higher highs, a little bit of a trend change. So basically, Chris is looking for MSOS to go fill that gap that it opened on Thursday, well, really Friday's gap up. All right, guys, market's going to be opening here in 2 minutes. Again, I'm looking at the semis. I'm also watching Costco for a potential bounce trade, ticker COST. I like the Costco level around 713, a Pierce of 714. I like a potential long on Costco, so I'm watching that on my other screen. It is gapping down slightly, but other than that, it really is coming down to a Bitcoin short, which I'm looking at BITI at this zone. See if we get one more little push up in the crypto market. I do have a long level on the Qs. You have the dollar absolutely rip higher. So notice the dollar has, in the pre-market, has moved up in strength. So there is a scenario where we could retest the lows in the indices, the pre-market lows. And if you lose pre-market lows, then you could even have a bigger downtrend in play today. All right, guys, markets are set to open here. T-minus 37 seconds and counting. Bitcoin holding, NVIDIA gapping down slightly. Again, pre-market low on NVIDIA was 850, around that 850 zone. I think that there's a scenario we could actually push down to is 830, 822. That's where you have a big technical gap and a reversal. So kind of your gap window and gap fill are potentially some long entries on NVIDIA for a day trade, just for a day trade scalp. Watch it closely. All right, indices are open, guys. Indices are open. QQQ gapping down here. Get ready to go along the Qs at a specific area. Not yet, though. We are getting a little bit of a minor bounce here in the indices, just a minor bounce. NVIDIA and semis are bouncing. You do have Tesla still super, super weak on the session. Meta's gap down. Coinbase gapping up. Bitcoin running into a little bit of near-term resistance. Nothing crazy. Nothing crazy. Costco almost hit our level. Costco almost hit our level. AMD down 3, NVIDIA down 0.6, PBR still seeing some more selling. Pfizer's catching a little bit of a bid. You're seeing Coinbase reverse. Qs are at the lows of the session here, guys. Qs are at the lows. Guys, get ready to go long Costco. Long Costco momentarily here. You can see Bitcoin also selling, finding some sellers at that 72K level. Pierce of 714, guys, on Costco gets me interested. A Pierce of 714. This is a high risk trade. I am going to go 1/4 on the entry. I am going to go 1/4 on the entry. All right, I'm just long Costco 713.20, 713.20. I got filled. This is a 1/4, 713.20, guys. This is a 1/4 position, 713.20. See, the Qs are coming up into that pre-market low gap. Dollar still consolidating near the highs, guys. The dollar is still consolidating. You have Microsoft, Google all coming in. SMCI is below 1,070 now. So we're long Costco, guys. We are long Costco off of the 713.20 area. Qs probably gets a bounce here, guys. Qs probably get a bounce. New lows on the Qs, guys. New lows on the Qs. Downside being led by Microsoft, NVDA. Costco getting a nice bounce. All right, guys. I'm protecting that Costco trade stop loss at 715. Stop loss at 715, whole number even. 715 stop. I'm looking for a move into the 719 area. So trail that stop. All right, guys. I'm exiting Costco here. 718.49. 718.49. Boom. Done like dinner. Done like dinner, guys. 718.49. I'm exiting Costco. 718.49. Nice win on the session, guys. First win of the week, starting things off strong. That's a nice little bounce on Costco, guys. We kind of telegraphed that one. Everyone should have caught that. I mean, everyone. That's a nice $5 bounce on Costco. Congrats if you took that with us. All right, what I think we happen here on the Qs, I think we're actually going to retest this 438 pivot zone here, 438, and then I think we get rejected and go lower. Apple strong. You do have strength coming into the major indices. Things are trying to get a little bit of a bid here. So nice win there to start the week. We're just taking things slow. Again, we closed Costco for a nice bounce, a really nice bounce on Costco. Still have Meta absolutely getting destroyed. Google's catching a bounce. Oil's coming in pretty sharply. Dixie's still strong. You have the VIX surging higher here. Gold is positive. Silver is positive. NVIDIA's down 1.5. Getting a decent bounce though off of the lows. Again, I still think the QQQ retraces to this upsloping trend line. Maybe there's a scenario we can fill the gap. Maybe. It's a big maybe. Costco coming back in. Let's take a look at some of the leaders like Microsoft, NVIDIA. NVIDIA is trying to bounce here off of pre-market low. Still have SMCI down 5, AMD down 2.9, Apple up 1.64. So big, strong surge in Apple, guys. Big, strong surge in Apple. Definitely impressive to see. Tesla's getting a super bounce. Next level on Costco I like. We can redip on that one is around 710 Pierce. 710 Pierce, guys. I will re-enter on Costco. Pretty decent bounce coming into the Qs. The Russell's still negative, Q's still negative, SPY's still negative. All right, we've retested now on the Qs, this key trend line. We'll see if we get rejected. Let's see if we get rejected. There is a potential scenario where we do get rejected. Nat gas under pressure, oil under pressure. All right, guys, I'm taking a long on BITI here at 732. So it's a short on Bitcoin. Long BITI 732 as a day trade. This is a short on Bitcoin, guys. Long at 732 BITI. So we're shorting Bitcoin right at this 72,200 level. NVIDIA big bounce still coming in. Ugly hourly candle on nat gas. Yes, it is. It really is. So, I mean, this is a big level because you're coming up into that 4-hour bottoming tail that we put in several hours ago, actually on Friday. All right, Bitcoin. So we're just short Bitcoin at the moment. We're just short Bitcoin at the moment. Long at, just to show you the inverse correlation. Or sorry, over on Friday. Some of the biggest market movers today in terms of volume: AMD, PBM, PBR, Mara, Tesla, Palantir, SoFi, Apple, SoundHound, CLSK, New, Intel. Intel's actually positive despite the semiconductors negative across the board. So that's certainly interesting. Intel positive. I mean, we just look at this daily chart of BTC. It's been a phenomenal move, guys. It really has been a phenomenal move. Let's see if this turns into a failed breakout again on Bitcoin. That could be a monster reversal. You know, the Dixie is trying to push up here, guys. The Dixie is trying to push up. So just be mindful that you have the short end of the yield up, 2-year up 0.87, 10-year up 0.5, 20 and 30-year slightly negative. VIX is green, dollar's green, all indices negative. And you have weakness in semiconductors, which typically correlates to Bitcoin in a really, really strong way. So again, a nice win on Costco for us. A nice win on Costco. That one had a phenomenal bounce. Coinbase did put in a 10-minute hanging man candle, which typically implies more downside, and we are still seeing Bitcoin fall here. So a nice move down in Bitcoin. Nice move down in Bitcoin, guys. Nat gas looking ugly. You're at some 4-hour chart support. You're hitting the hourly. So you're hitting the 100 moving average on the 4-hour chart. Qs are still trying to bounce here. Let's see some of my stats for the day. Apple's still really, really strong on the session. Seeing a lot of accumulation occurring in Apple. We are seeing Bitcoin weaken just a little bit more now. QQQ at that resistance. Notice how you haven't gotten above it yet. So there's a scenario where you could chop down. Tesla's still trying to firm up here and push higher. Microsoft weak, Google strong, Meta weak, Amazon weak. Bitcoin, nice sell-off on Bitcoin so far. Let's see if we can get more. Oh, sorry, I was muted, guys. So yeah, we're seeing the Dixie breakout here. We are still short Bitcoin. I'm up about 1.24%, $1,000 on the trade via BITI. And again, the Dixie's trying to make that bullish reversal intraday. We are seeing Tesla strong, Apple strong, Google strong, Meta weak, Amazon weak, NVIDIA weak, semis weak. Qs have triggered a head and shoulders on the 10-minute chart, guys. I was muted and I was discussing this pattern. You can see the 10-minute head and shoulders has been triggered. Downside is this 427.50 area, so about a 2.29% decline. So could we see that play out over the next couple of days? We do have CPI tomorrow, so be mindful that markets could be in profit-taking mode ahead of CPI as people move a little bit more defensively, so to speak. And right now you are seeing the dollar ripping, SMCI down 8.2%. SMCI down 8.2%. Huge move down on SMCI. Beautiful to see. Tesla up 3, AMD down 4, NVIDIA down 1.5, Microsoft down 0.8, Qs are down half, SPY down 0.3, Russell down 0.7. Wouldn't shock me if Bitcoin goes negative. Thanks for letting me know I was muted, guys. I was. So right now we are just holding a Bitcoin short via BITI, holding at 732. I'm up about 1.24% on the trade, $1,000. I have 11,000 shares short BITI on this trade. So pretty big position on the Bitcoin short side. But I like the fact that the dollar's moving up. Qs are retesting pre-market low. So if we lose pre-market low, we're going to flush down to this 433, what is that, 433.70 zone? 433.70. Which you have a big pivot zone of support there. NVIDIA curling down, Microsoft curling down, Meta still curling down. Still interested, maybe Costco again. SMCI, whoa, look at SMCI's dirty candle. Our $1,000 puts members, if they go in the money today, secure those profits, baby. So watch out for those $1,000 puts on SMCI because we are riding $1,000 puts. Again, we took them well above 1100, and we're riding them. And we still have the remainder of the week, right? Nat Gas trying to put in a little bit of a bottom here. It is trying to reverse higher. Amazon making new lows. Qs are still under a lot of pressure today, guys. A lot of pressure from the Qs. Tesla's still acting resilient. Google's still acting resilient. Costco coming right back down. Costco is coming right back down to the lows. BABA up 2.5%, TUP up 5%, so strengthen some small caps. AMC getting a bid, Canopy Growth still charging higher. Nice job on our long there, members. FSR seeing a little bit of gains in a weak market, but China stocks across the board are strong, whether it's NEO, LI, BABA, Tencent, Chegg. All China stocks are seeing a nice bid here. Which, I mean, could be setting up. Maybe we see a rotation into China as U.S. equities also potentially sell off and consolidate. Maybe we see a little bit of a bid in China. Starbucks also seeing a bid. So a lot of those consumer discretionary based stocks are catching a bid. Tesla, Starbucks, Nike. GME up 1%. Long the Qs here isn't a bad risk to reward ratio. You just use your stop loss of this low of day. That would be your stop loss if you do decide to go long. I'm just going to hold steady here. Just going to wait patiently to see if there's any sort of a bigger setup that comes into play. Again, Google's absolutely flying here to the high side, up 1.87%. Meta down, getting slaughtered 4.55%. Holy. So there is a day trade long on Meta, guys. There is a day trade long on Meta. I like Meta on the long side if we hit a pierce of 480, guys. A pierce of 480. we will go long Meta. You are coming up into some pretty decent chart support on Meta. So I'm going to flip to the Meta chart here. But Meta's definitely under pressure today. Definitely. You don't see Meta down 4% often, at least not in this scenario. All right, guys, Meta's coming up into that 480 zone, so get ready to go long. I like it at a pierce. Get ready. A pierce of 480 gets me long on Meta. I'm going to go 1/4 position. 1/4 position, guys. I haven't got filled yet. I'll let you know if I take the trade and get filled. Microsoft looking for new lows. All right, guys, get ready on META. All right, guys, I just got filled 479.40. 479.40 on Meta. 1/4 position. 479.40. That's a starter. But look at the bounce already off of that zone, guys. Look at the bounce already. I said anything below 480, you should have all got filled on that trade. 479.40. Next ad is down here at 476.40. Secure some profits. I'm not going to get too cute with this market. I'm just going to take it where it gives it to me. So we are seeing a nice little bounce. I'm looking for 3, and I'm going to be out of the trade. Come on, Meta. Push up, push up, push up. Again, next ad level on Meta is down here at 476.35. So we're long Meta. We're still short Bitcoin. Bitcoin's putting in potential bear flag here, holding support though. I do anticipate maybe a SPY bounce here along with the QQQ bounce. That would likely be a scenario that could happen very well. Oil's still down. Dollar's still trying to push higher here and near the highs of the session. Come on, Meta. What you got? What you got, Meta? What you got? What you got? What you got? Again, 476.40 is the next ad level. So about $3 lower on Meta. $3 lower on Meta. We just have a 1/4 position. Still holding my BITI. And I'm looking to take profits above 483 on Meta. Above 483. Big game going on in Tesla. Can you check it out? Yeah, I'll check it out for you, Ram. Let's pull it Tesla up on this lower boundary chart. So Qs are under pre-market low. That's technically a short setup, guys, but you are coming into some 4-hour chart support. You have strong support on Qs at 435.11. That is a bounce trade on the Qs. It's 4-hour chart support. You're hitting the 4-hour 50 moving average at 435.11. So just under $1 to go. Come on, Tesla, load for me. All right, Meta going lower, guys. Meta is going lower, so we'll be prepared to add. Basically, Tesla, I think it's a short into this pivot because you've had a really, really strong extension move. But if you can check back and consolidate, then it does have a scenario where you could break through it. All right, guys, Meta is going lower here. Meta is going lower, so get ready to add at that 476.40 zone. All right, I just got filled 476.38. 476.38. Just got filled on Meta. It's a second entry on the long side. It brings my average down to 478.09. Next ad level on Meta is going to be 473.40. Around that 473.40 if need be. Yeah, so Tesla's chart, let's look at the hourly chart of Tesla. Still inside this bearish range. You're into a big level now. If I redraw this little channel, you can see that's the resistance we're now trading into on Tesla. Pivot to pivot to pivot. So you're at a key injunction point here, or a key inflection point for Tesla. And if you get rejected here, you could go down to the low end of the range. If you push through, you're going to go for gap fill. Considering how oversold Tesla is, and we are seeing a rotation game underway, where you're seeing the likes of Apple starting to bounce, NVIDIA falling, Microsoft falling, Google bouncing, odds are Tesla's probably going to want to push higher here. Amazon's triggered a head and shoulders on the hourly chart, well, in 25 minutes at least. So Amazon's looking exceptionally bearish, guys. And what's interesting is you have Amazon looking bearish now and Tesla trying to firm up. So a clear rotation trade. But look at this hourly chart on Amazon. We did touch base on this on Friday. So remember, we touched base on this Amazon head and shoulders pattern on Friday. This is an hourly chart breakdown that is occurring on Amazon. Take a look at this. Big technical breakdown. Now, it doesn't mean you short this right away. I think, there is a scenario where mega caps tend to like to retrace to the neckline, or you wait for a bear flag to form and then you short it. So don't try to pick the dead low of this bar, even though it is looking exceptionally weak and you're into this gap window now. Just be mindful that it could bounce here. Intraday, you're getting oversold. But definitely that's looking like a short setup on Amazon. Nice technical breakdown on an hourly chart. Kind of clear as day technical breakdown. Unless for some reason you get a huge rip in the next 24 minutes that closes you above the neckline. This chart looks like it has downside basically to about 167, a pierce of 167. There's this little micro gap fill that I'm actually observing right around this zone here. So that's kind of your downside target, or a pierce of 167 on Amazon. So not a healthy looking chart there. Not a healthy looking chart. I'm still holding BITI at 732. You can see the Qs are breaking down on the hourly chart as well. Breaking an upsloping trend line. The rest of my lines should load here. But the Qs are into some support at the moment, so a bounce could happen here. A bounce could happen. We're still long Meta. Average 478.09, so we are in the money. I'm still looking for a move back to 483 on the Meta chart. That would not surprise me. Still holding short Bitcoin. Qs are really struggling at this pre-market low, guys. So Qs are technically a short at this pre-market low. Meta big bounce, guys. Meta really big bounce. So anyone that didn't catch that, you're more than should have actually got that second entry. An easy second entry. So with Meta bouncing, often you will see the Qs try to bounce. Semiconductors are still weak on the session. SMCI down 9%. Wow. What a move down on SMCI, guys. Now you have Apple peeling away. You have Apple showing some weakness here. $481 even. I am out of Meta, guys. I just closed Meta at $481, so a nice $2.93 gain per share. Good job if you caught that with us. I'm fully out. Qs are breaking down. Dixie running into its first little resistance pivot point, this previous impulse green candle breakdown. So the Qs could bounce at this area, especially if the dollar takes a little bit of a breather. At the moment, it's still surging higher. I just closed a big SMCI put. So still holding a BITI long, which is a short on Bitcoin. We closed Meta, we closed Costco. So it's been a pretty perfect day so far for us. It's been a pretty perfect day for us so far. Oil's still weak on the session, trading below 76.50. I'm surprised Bitcoin hasn't really reacted to this strength in the Dixie. Look at it go. Members and I just closed a SMCI $1,000 put. We banked 2,900%, just over 2,900% on our SMCI put. So beautiful, beautiful trade there. Beautiful, beautiful trade. Monster, monster win. AMD down 4. NVDA still getting clapped. Bitcoin still holding resiliency here. BA analysis. Yeah, let's take a look. There was more news on BA today. If I recall correctly, there was more news on BA today. Let's look at BA. Guys, I do have a long level on the Qs, around a Pierce of 435. Keep that Pierce of 435 on watch on the Qs, guys. Let me just double check something. I want to make sure that that's the right accurate level. But I have a long trade on the Qs, guys. A long trade on the Qs on watch. Yeah, Pierce of 435 gets me interested, guys. Pierce of 435 on the Qs gets me interested. So just be ready. Just be ready. All right, I'm now slightly negative on this BITI as Bitcoin's having a nice push to the high side here, guys. Bitcoin is having a nice push to the high side. I'll look at the UVIX in a minute. So Bitcoin's trying to have a nice volume push here. Very interesting to see Bitcoin pumping back up to the high side, trying to push for new highs. And again, this is all on the back of a strong dollar. Yeah, Boeing's interesting here. I mean, Boeing's breaking a little bit of a trend line to the downside. Let me just erase some of these. So Boeing's finally getting a little bit of a bearish breakdown from this consolidation pattern. And let's just see if we're hitting a little bit of support. So based off of Boeing's technical breakdown today, unless it has some sort of a bullish reversal intraday, it does look like Boeing wants to retest this 180 zone, this 184, 183.50. It's a downsloping target. So just recognize that. But not a healthy breakdown in Boeing. The fact that you've now gapped over this big volume gap. So not a healthy Boeing setup there. That's a pretty decent sized technical breakdown that is being observed. Amazon still at the lows. You would favor Amazon for a bounce at some point here. You know, I mean, there is some support on Amazon. Let me just see the larger term time frame. Jeez, it's just getting slaughtered. Same thing with Meta. But it is oversold on the 10-minute chart. You've just had some consecutive selling. So yeah, Boeing really, I mean, you're into a gap fill now. You could get a little bit of a bounce. There is some minor consolidation here. So, I mean, if you want to try taking a stab on the long side here for a day trade, it's certainly possible that we could bounce. But realistically speaking, Boeing, I think as a swing trade level, is probably going to have to come down to this 180, low 180s, especially after this technical breakdown today. Let me just see this longer term chart on Boeing. So let's see if we're hitting some support as we speak. If we draw this little bit of a trend line. Yeah, you can see Boeing has had a technical breakdown from this trend line. So that's also a big technical breakdown at the moment on Boeing, guys. Definitely a big technical breakdown on Boeing. Microsoft's trying to catch a bid, so I do anticipate the Qs to get some sort of a bounce here, which they are seeming so. They are seemingly getting a bounce as we speak. You know, Dixie cooling off a little bit. We took profits on Meta. Bitcoin's still at the highs, trying to push higher. Coinbase actually dipped negative briefly and then got a bounce. Boeing's definitely oversold in this region, though. Definitely oversold in this region intraday. So, I mean, you could get a bounce here. That's not out of the question. Certainly not out of the question. NVDA trying to curl up. Costco's at this 713 zone again, guys. Costco's looking interesting at this 713 zone. Let me just flip back to the Qs here. I'll remove Boeing. Oil is scaring me. It's gone so low. Yeah, nat gas not looking too hot right now. Nat gas is not looking too hot right now. It looks like it wants to potentially break down here. The fact that nat gas lost that 186 level, it's not looking good. It's looking like we're probably going to try to trend a little bit lower. Take a look at MSOS. I have an upward sloping trend line at 768. It'll also be a 15-minute oversold. Looks like it could be a nice little swing trade. However, overall market conditions dictate. Let's take a look at MSOS, and then we'll look at the UVIX for Chris. So Qs. Dollar seeing a little bit of consolidation here, which should help markets bounce a little bit. Meta's still dragging things in the communication sector. Let's pull up MSOS. So marijuana ETF, guys. Marijuana ETF. So 10-minute chart, you've just gapped down and been bleeding ever lower since you put in that little bit of a bounce. Let's look at the daily chart. Yeah, daily chart, you're trying to hold support at that EMA 113. Still looking sort of weak on the session. But I mean, you are trying to put in higher lows off this bottom and a potential higher high. Right now, if we were to do a retrace, sorry, my dog's barking. Ghost, come here. Oh, the cat is tormenting him. That's why. My Bengal cat versus my husky. Who's gonna win? Probably my cat, to be honest. She is fierce. All right, so Chris was saying that he has an upsloping trend line at 768. It'll be a 15-minute oversold. Let's go to the 15-minute chart. I'm still watching the Qs break down here, guys. They are below pre-market low. Still not at my long level. Bitcoin trying to pop higher here. Nat gas finding a little bit of a bid. It did come down and fill this gap. Actually, I haven't filled the gap completely yet. Oh yeah, pretty close actually. You did fill that gap. So yeah, MSOS, if you want to try it here as a long trade, swing trade, then you just use the stop loss, the low of day, as your stop. Basically this low here on Thursday. That could certainly be interesting. So we took profits on Meta. We took profits on Costco. We've taken profits. Members have taken profits on a nice SMCI put, which printed phenomenally. Just waiting for Bitcoin to see if we get any sort of sell side pressure in Bitcoin. At the moment, it doesn't appear so. So yeah, MSOS at this level could be a potential long trade, especially since the indices have sold off. I do expect some sort of an intra bounce at some point, but again, the Qs have triggered a bearish head and shoulders pattern. So just be mindful that there could be downside. All right, let's look at the UVIX chart. So yeah, big move up, profit taking, higher low. Now you're looking to push higher and press higher. This is probably going to press higher today. That would not shock me. Your sell-off happened at gap fill. I think we at least hit this next gap fill today on the UVIX. So as a momentum trade, you can definitely probably squeeze this to about 1278 on the chart. I do think that's a potential, especially when you look at this type of pattern that just unfolded in the UVIX. You got like a nice little flag pattern almost unfolding, potential little breakout. One could argue it's a cup and handle formation, a little bit of an hourly bull flag, an inverted head and shoulders potential. So, I mean, just based off of this little basing formation on the hourly chart, yeah, the UVIX could get pretty nasty here, guys. The UVIX could get pretty nasty here. Look at that target. It takes you right to that gap fill. So, I mean, there might be a little bit of a long trade, guys. There might be a little bit of a long trade on the UVIX here. Obviously, Chris brought this up in the pre-market. So, nice job there, Chris. Nice job there. Yep, you would be up nicely already. Just be mindful, though, that the Qs are getting oversold. The selling has slowly started to abate. So when we look at the QQQ, they have triggered bearish patterns on the 10-minute, even the hourly chart, half-hour chart. But you are slowly into some support and getting oversold here at the low of the channel. You're trying to hold pre-market low. But again, markets are coming from a very overbought scenario. So just because something's oversold doesn't necessarily mean it has to bounce. Costco, new low of day there. Guys, Costco at 710. Costco at 710, around 710.50. We can maybe take another stab at it. 710.50. It's trading at 711.72. Nat gas creeping lower. Nat gas is creeping lower. So this is a scenario where one of the reasons why you don't want to go over levered in nat gas and why it's important to take profits along the way, because nat gas is certainly seeing some sell side pressure this week. I do expect the Qs to try to bounce here. We are seeing a little bit of accumulation coming into the picture. A little bit of accumulation coming into the picture. Qs are trying to get a bounce. Dollar softening, just taking a small breather. Still positive on the session. VIX is still green. You're hanging on right now. You're testing on the Qs the 20-day moving average. So that's sitting at 436.17. The 20-day moving average on the Qs is being tagged. Nat gas getting clobbered. Nat gas about to fall off a cliff? Potentially, yep. Potentially. It's falling right now. It is falling. I'm still riding my BITI long. Basically flat. I was up $1,000 on the trade. Should have taken profits on the dip, but I want more. I'm being a little bit greedy. I'm looking for more. Microsoft trying to curl up here. Apple curling down, Google curling down, Meta's looking for a new low of day. How's Costco doing? Costco getting a wick up. Next buy level on Meta, guys, for a day trade, even in this vicinity, is really, really enticing, down 5.67% inside of a 10-minute bottoming tail. You know what, guys? I'm going to risk it for the biscuit. Let's go long Meta again, 477.26, 477.26. I just got filled at 477.26 long Meta. Again, we're taking another stab at Meta, 477.26. I got filled at. We're inside of a 10-minute bottoming tail, which is why I want to try to retest this little bit of a support zone. So 477.26. We are long Meta again. And the Qs are getting a little bit of a bounce here. Nice bounce. 477.26. So this is just a 1/4 position, and we are bouncing nicely. Come on, Meta. Target again on Meta is this 481 zone, guys. 481 zone. Nice bounce on the Qs, guys. We're strong, we're long, we're strong, we're long. Let's go Meta, let's go Meta. Again, it's a 1/4 position. 481 target has been achieved. I'm still in. I have about 75 shares long. It's a 1/4 position on Meta. 75 shares long. Come on, Meta. Push, 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 push. I'm looking. I could take profits here, but I'm maybe even to move to 483 based off of this impulse green candle on the Qs. Come on, Meta. Push. Come on. All right, guys, I'm out. 481.75, 481.75 on Meta. I am all out on Meta. 481.75, 481.75. Beautiful, beautiful job there. I am all out of Meta. That's a nice little gain of roughly $4, just over $4.40 a share. So beautiful, beautiful little trade there. That's a nice $330 to me on Meta in roughly 2 minutes. Beautiful trading. Still holding short on Bitcoin at 732 via BITI. But nice trade on Meta. So that's a pretty good session, guys, so far. Pretty good session. Now we just need Bitcoin to cooperate. Sorry, my dog's barking. Just give me 1 second, guys. So a really nice solid win. Let's see the Dixie. Dixie's trying to push back up. Huge bounce on Meta, guys. Anyone that caught that with us, congratulations. Congrats. So it's been a really good trading session for us so far, guys. Anybody that hasn't checked out my tradingcapital.ca Discord, we've printed some pretty big profits. We have printed some pretty big profits today here on the live stream, as well as in the member trading chat. So at the moment, we're just waiting for Bitcoin to potentially come down lower. Seeing the Qs bounce pretty sharply here. Qs again have triggered a little bit of a bearish pattern, but the day's not over. There's still plenty of time to potentially negate the bearish pattern and move higher. Again, your pre-market highs at 440, pre-market lows at 436.24. So it's been a nice trading session for us, guys. I think Oh my goodness, my cat is turning on my speaker now. Just literally turning on my speaker. Look at that meta bounce, guys. 483.90. Wow. Wow. That was epic, guys. All right, so across the board, you have had Tesla up 2.5, SMCI down 6, but it's bounced off the lows. AMD down 2.5, bounced off the lows. Guys, I actually, that day trade that we were holding on AMD for about a week, I just closed it at that 205.20 zone. I just closed AMD down here, so that finishes up a whole bunch of liquidity. That was a day trade that went more like a swing trade. So we were holding at that 205.20 zone. And I did just close it down here. Still holding a swing short, but the day trade, I just wanted to free up liquidity. Just because I thought it's still inside this 10-minute holding, 10-minute bottoming tail holding at the moment. But just to free up liquidity. Take a look at CARE. I don't particularly like the amount of shares it trades. However, it's something seems like it's brewing. I'm not familiar with that ticker, so let's take a peek. See, I love when people bring new tickers that I really don't trade or haven't traded. I might have traded. There's just so many that we look. CARE Therapeutics. Okay, so therapeutic company looking for a high-flying gap-up move. Yeah, so I mean, this does appear to be putting in some bullish consolidation. You're inside of this breakdown red bar, and you can see that you've attempted a breakout above it quite a few times here, but you're starting to flatten out this EMA 113. So the selling is starting to abate, and you're almost putting in this basing formation. Daily chart volume's okay. It trades an average of 1 million, so that's okay for me. That's at the low end. I usually look for shares over 1 million, but that certainly is tradable. It's definitely tradable. Yeah, you're flattening out. RSI above 50. Yeah, something could be brewing there for sure. Something could be brewing. I mean, even just on the weekly, you're so oversold. Getting a little bit of a weekly breakout on the RSI. Just trying to see if there's any other sort of factors. How long has this company been trading for? 2017. Okay, so it's got tons of data here. Okay, tons of data. So your next big resistance point, if this thing pops to the high side, you could have a move to about 439, which is almost a triple from here. And then your next big resistance lies. Now that's the crazy thing about stocks like these, is their resistance points are so far between each other. Something definitely looks like it could pop on this chart. And again, you have seen money rotating into some of these biotechs. And if we do see more sell side pressure in semis, that's when names like these could absolutely just pop to the high side. Volume has been increasing, and you're holding inside of the high of your impulse green candle here, so that's a positive sign. So Bitcoin, we're still holding short, remember? We didn't cover that BITI. I'm just trying to do some more analysis on this Kara. Are they expecting to, I mean, they had earnings out of the way, so that's a good sign. Are they expecting any sort of things to be announced on their pipeline? I'm not too sure. Lots of volume traded in here. So you had your big impulse volume candle, and it's really been lowering volume since. Even on earnings, you had a decent try to move up, which got rejected, gap down the next day, and then you're right back up to the high. So this chart does appear like it wants to move higher. I mean, it's a penny stock, so just trade that carefully. It is a penny stock. Bitcoin's trying to make another move to the high side here again. Qs are still in a bearish territory here, trading under this 438 upsloping trend line. So lower price action is favored in the Qs. Apple's starting to wane here. Microsoft curling up. Meta's still weak on the session. NVIDIA actually flipped green. So go figure, NVIDIA green on the session. So kind of helping stop some of the selling in the semiconductors at the moment. The big question is, can NVIDIA retest the lows? I think there is a scenario that it could. Bitcoin's still holding strong here. Oil is trying to curl up. Apple curling down. Right now you have small caps underperforming the market, down 0.91%. S&P down 0.4%. Q's down 0.4%. Tesla up 2.8%. Bitcoin up 4%. Apple up 1%. NVIDIA slightly green. Meta long call suggestions, please. So I'm not trading Meta right now on the long side. We did scalp that twice. I don't think we're into a swing trade level yet. There is some support here. Meta down still another 4.43%. But I think that the upside is limited today. The bounce has occurred, in my opinion. The one we've traded it twice already. So I think the bounce in meta has occurred. So just don't touch that one for now, Ram. I think you put that one aside, just leave it. If meta were to flush down today to 472, appears to 472, that's another day trade level. If you retest the lows, you could try to bottom pick it by playing inside of that 10-minute hammer candle that occurred off of the 10 a.m. candle formation. Apple curling down, NVDA curling up, Microsoft curling up, Amazon still curling down. Still holding a Bitcoin short here. BITI long at 732. Hi, Georgiana. I hold a small. I'll look up Nareesh. I'll look up your CDLX in a minute. ARM bottomed ahead of IPO. If you know, you know. Let's quickly take a peek at ARM. So ARM's trying to come into this gap fill. You can see it is getting gobbled up a little bit. Never technically filled the gap, but pretty close to doing so. Pretty close to doing so. Thanks, Nareesh. Apple still peeling down. Qs are coming in. VIX is still curling up. Big spike in oil, guys. Big spike in oil. Oil's trying to go back to the green side. Let's take a look at some of these energy stocks to see how they're performing. So the likes of XOM's negative, rigs up. So XOM's still looking pretty positive here. Rigs still holding gains. XOM could go green if oil goes green. So a little bit of an arbitrage opportunity there. Look up CDLX. Let's take a look at CDLX. Oh yeah, this chart doesn't look bad. I like the fact that notice this EMA 113 in orange here. So we came up to here, came close to tapping it, rejected, came a little bit closer on this attempt, rejected. Then we actually tapped it 3 days in a row here, got slightly rejected, potential higher low. Now you're coming up into the zone again. So I do like this chart. This one's probably going to break out. Obviously, it does have earnings. So again, that's super, super risky. But technically speaking, this chart is looking constructive and potentially poised to move higher. Now, if you break this little neckline, then you have a rather large daily head and shoulders trigger. So again, I don't like taking the gamble ahead of earnings. It's a little risky. But technically speaking, it is holding some higher lows here and wanting to push higher. Earnings on the 14th, so Thursday. Interesting. Little light on the volumes. Average share 613, so just be cautious about that. If you're going in with size, it's a little light. All right, Georgiana, hi. I hold a small long in SMR. They make a small nuclear modular reactors. I entered mainly based on fundamentals. DCA from 290. Any opinion on the company potential of the technology? So, I mean, nuclear's been the hype, right? Uranium, CCJ, there's been a lot of hype around nuclear with uranium stocks outperforming and running to the high side. So let's take a look at SMR. I don't know if that one's had any sort of a move with uranium stocks. Yeah, I mean, this stock has been a beast. So you DCA'd from 290. Oh, so you're in the driver's seat. You're well in the driver's seat. So you're down here around this impulse green candle. So you're well in your way. I mean, it's certainly a little bit extended in the near term, but the volume is still increasing at these levels, which tells us that, you know what, there's still a lot of buyers swooping in since price action is moving up, but you're trading on 85 RSI at the moment. I think your next big resistance point is this weekly EMA 113 at around 722, but you're into this 3-bar weekly surge. Typically after 3-bar surges, you do get a little bit of consolidation. Doesn't mean it's going to break down, but typically you get a little bit of consolidation. I like the fact that you are actually above this red bar, this weekly red bar high pivot around 587. That's a nice bullish close. If you can get the week and stay above that, that's a nice bullish close on SMR, and this one does have legs to run higher. I'll take a look at uranium just to see how that's shaping up. I do have it priced in. I am watching uranium because I think there's some long setups coming into play. But yeah, your first big resistance is coming up into this 725 zone. EMA 113, first weekly fib retrace at the 382. So it does look like it's going to get through there. Then you bust through that, then it's 889, kind of with this pivot zone. So it's not looking like a bad chart, SMR. I think just trail your stops, Georgiana. You're well in the driver's seat. It's, you're almost tripled your investment. So you got in around 290. You've been DCAing. So, I mean, currently you're up almost 120%, just over 120%. So it's prudent risk management to look to take some profits when you're up that much. Definitely risk management is take some profits. And then just trail your stops tight. But you're in the driver's seat. But you really want to see it hold above this area. If it holds above this area, this thing's going to squeeze higher. Let's look at URA. Oops. Tesla falling, Apple curling down. And you're seeing the weak stocks, which are Apple and Tesla. Well, not weak today, but weak in general. Weak over the last couple weeks. They're actually catching a bid, or they're actually catching a sell-off, whereas the weak daily stocks, they are catching a bid. So semis are catching a bid. So you can see uranium, potential bearish wedge forming. You are technically at some support though, but this looks like it wants to break lower. I see a viable range around 25, 24, 30. That's where I'm looking to potentially go long. Dixie falling here, it's helping the indices move higher. So Dixie falling is helping the indices. 493 in Meta incoming. Yeah, it's moving up nicely. It's moving up nicely. With the way Tesla's been running multiple days in a similar range, what about it discourages you to trade it both ways? Nothing really discourages me. Did I say it discourages me? Just discourages me because it's inside of a bearish range. It's a little bit more oversold compared to some of the other discretionary stocks. But I still like to trade Tesla. I mean, I still see a downside target level on Tesla a little bit lower. I could even see us flushing this week to about 165, especially if the rest of the market is weaker. But Tesla at the moment is just inside of this little bit of a bearish range. Really nothing else to report other than that. But yeah, Tesla just doesn't want to seem to hold the majority of its gains. Every time it pops higher, it's just a quick, almost like a day trade move. I mean, a positive is that you are retesting this EMA 113. We'll see if it holds. But Tesla's trading in a world of its own right now. Technically in a bit of a bear market. Tesla is a long off this EMA 113, but I don't like the fact that the markets are now trading into the neckline resistance of the head and shoulders pattern. So the QQQ is trying to push up here, but it's retesting its downsloping parallel channel and the neckline of that head and shoulders. So let's see if it pushes higher. It's helpful that the Dixie is fading a little bit. Oh, okay. Thanks, common sense. Imbalance is shifting towards the buy from the sell. Yeah, you are catching. Again, it's Monday, so I mean, you have a lot of people wanting to catch that oversold bounce from Friday, right? A lot of day traders waiting. The question is, can it stick? Will the bounce stick? You know, you have a lot of weakness in semis today, a lot of weakness in Meta. Meta's been a relentless beast today, or a beast of a stock, pretty much one of the strongest mega caps in the market. You could argue to say it is one of the strongest mega caps. So down about 3.6% on the session as we speak. What's interesting, another bearish divergence between crypto stocks. Coinbase positive up 4, Mara down another 3.6. So something underlying is broken in Mara. You know, you're not seeing a bullish bias in Mara despite crypto continuing to push to new all-time highs here. So something is occurring in the Meta or in the Mara stock, which is certainly interesting to watch and see how it plays out. Very, very interesting watching things play out here. QQQ still rejecting off that neckline resistance. It has the reason. It does have every reason to push higher here since the dollar's selling here, but at the moment VIX is still green, dollar's still green, so it's kind of two headwinds against the market. Yields on all sides of the curve have actually moved up, or sorry, all points of the curve, the long and the short end, are now positive. So that's not going to help the market. I think that's why you're also seeing a little bit of underperformance in the small cap index, the IWM. Chris says he sets the 8, 20, and 50 period moving averages and look for breaks in the 5 and then the 15. Okay, cool. Georgina, thank you. I was thinking of a hold as long-term investment and top up on pullbacks. They seem to start many partnerships in Eastern Europe, probably will extend into Western countries as the debate is over. Yeah, that's probably not a bad idea, Georgiana. Just obviously use position and risk management. Don't let that position go too big in your portfolio and keep trimming along the way, right? Understand your risk and you'll be okay because you're up over 120% on that trade. So you're well in the driver's seat to continue to make money. But I do think that nuclear has a strong fundamental backdrop of continuing higher. Dixie getting a small bounce. All right, guys, I'm going to grab some quick lunch here or breakfast, and I will be back. If anything crazy happens on the charts, I'll let you know. So the only thing we're holding is a BITI long at 732. We've taken profits on Costco. We've traded Meta twice successfully. We took profits on AMD. So it's been a nice session for us already. Don't let these trades go against you. You know, we're already have a 100% win rate for this week. Obviously, the week just started, but we're well in the driver's seat to continue to make money. And that's what we're going to try to do here. We're going to try to continue to look for great technical setups. I don't want good setups. I want great setups because I'm looking to try to have a really stellar close to this month of March and the end of this first quarter. So again, quarter one can set the tone for your portfolio. We want to make sure that we're finishing quarter one very, very strong and outperforming the markets. And so far we are. So I'm going to be right back, guys. I'm just going to grab some food. Hey guys, back in the swing of things here. So we're just watching here. Bitcoin's actually trying to make a move up on us. So Bitcoin trying to break out of this little inverted head and shoulders pattern. Right ahead is the Dixie's also curling up. Makes me think this might be a failed breakout on Bitcoin. So if this is a failed breakout on Bitcoin, we're going to see a pretty big reversal down. At the moment it is strong, so we want to give it the benefit of the doubt, but it is trying to break out of this little inverted head and shoulders pattern. There is quite a bit of resistance in this zone. Oil's made a bullish move to the high side, so oil's back green on the session. So oil is ripping. Oil's turned red to green. It was down on the session. Now it's up 0.3. So that's going to put more pressure on the markets. Again, you're seeing the dollar, oil, VIX yields, all of the tailwinds for the markets. Sorry, all the tailwinds have turned headwinds. So you have a lot of different headwinds for the headwinds in the market right now that should push it lower. Super, I think I might need another coffee. So again, oil up, VIX up, yields up, dollar up. 4 massive headwinds for the markets in favor of pushing it lower. Qs are down 0.5, SPY down 0.4. Guys, I'm going to take a high risk trade on, let me see here. I mean, the Qs are just sitting right on that 20-day moving average, which is why you've been just chopping in this range since the open. I'm still holding a BITI long, which is a short on Bitcoin. But I do see the Qs losing pre-market low. I'm going to take a lotto trade on the Qs, guys. I'm going to take a 435.0 DTE put right here. 435.0 DTE put on the Qs, guys. 435.0 DTE put on the Qs. 435 put on the Qs. Still holding Bitcoin short. NVDA now down 0.75% after it went briefly green. It's seeing more sell side pressure. Dixie trying to break out of this flag pattern, guys. Dixie is trying to break out of this flag pattern. If it breaks out of this flag, indices should see some more weakness. Rivian's up 4, NEO up 6. So EV stocks are doing quite well today. Holy. My cat is going berserk here behind me. Tupperware Brands squeezing up 9.7% today. That one could be an interesting little long play. TUP, small cap, high short interest. It's been beaten down. Breaking up here on news. Putting in some nice potential range breaks to the upside. What about this PIK? That one's just flying up 154%. PIK. Daily chart. Massive gap up. Massive gap up on PIK. I mean, aggressive traders can try to buy this this support here at 562. Hey, the village trader. How do I do 3-screen split? Well, you have to, let me just see what you can see on my screen. All right, so you can see it. So you have to, first of all, have a the membership model or the subscription model that allows you to do it. I can't remember. I'm on the whatever the highest level is, so I can do pretty much a variety of different split screens, but you have to have a certain subscription model to do the multi-bowl layout, the custom layouts. So you can see I can do all the way up to 16 split screen here. But you want to go to this little tab here, this little icon, select layout, and then you can choose 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 split, 8 split, and they all have different combinations. Comes in pretty handy, to be honest. TCBP, let's take a look at that. High risk, sorry, that's not the right ticker, I don't think. Is that the right ticker? No, TCBP. TC Biofirm. Let's take a look at this. Yeah, this one's up 116% on 100 million shares. Huge volume surge to the upside. Interesting. Let me just see what moving averages we're consolidating on. So you have well above the 20. Probably tag the 50 today. So you're above the 50. Are we into the 2? Not yet. Dixie just made a new high of day, guys. Dixie did just make a new high of day. Rally incoming from Chris. Chris says a rally's incoming. Perhaps. We'll see, though. You know, Dixie's surging. We'll see if the Qs can get a rally. Yes, it's big day on the Australian market today. Puts on the Qs, AMD, and stocks are crushing it. Yep, they are. Stocks is crushing it at the moment. Stocks is crushing it. All right, we are still holding that BIT long day trade at 732. We've taken quite a bit of profits today. We've already pulled quite a bit of profits from the market today with Costco, Meta, the Sox. Apple's trying to curl to the upside. I think there's a little bit of another pairs trade that could we play today where we maybe short NVDA again and go long Apple. I'm looking at 174 calls on Apple, 0 DTE. Those kind of look interesting for some upside. I think 174 calls will be positioned well in the money here. Look at AMD again. All right, guys, bigger breakdown in Bitcoin coming into the picture. So we still remain short Bitcoin, right? I still have 1,100 shares on the day trade short long BITI, which is a short Bitcoin play. Average is sitting at 732. Dixie got rejected at that double top, which leads me to think that the markets can actually try to push higher here. The Village Trader, 174.37 calls on what? What's the close? I guess, are you looking at Apple? $174 calls on Apple look nice. It's about $1 away. Those do look pretty juiced. All right, Qs are retesting this original neckline where it kept on getting rejected. Notice that you are retesting it from a little bit of a lower high pattern here. Dixie breaking down, VIX softening, yield softening. So this does give the ability for the markets to continue to rally here. Oil's still putting in a bullish reversal. Oil's trying to retest and recapture the daily 200 MA. Bitcoin, another move back up on Bitcoin. Google's at the highs. Meta's curling up. In terms of sector performance, you have the Dow Jones Industrial Average negative, transports positive, SPY negative, materials, communications, energy all showing some strength, positive on the sessions. Then you have weakness in financials, industrials, and tech. Staples are getting a bounce up 0.33, real estate weak down 0.7, and utilities are flat. Healthcare, consumer discretionary negative. So the majority of the sectors are negative. And when you look at things, healthcare, financials, and tech, some of the three largest sectors are all showing signs of weakness and distribution. Communications have firmed up, but they were negative when Meta was at the lows. But since Google's had a pretty terrific bounce up 2.5%, it is showing some great signs of strength at the moment. Still looking for Bitcoin to make a move down. Remember, Bitcoin had that, I don't know if you can see it on the chart here. Let's see if we can pull it up. But if we go to the 10-minute chart, Bitcoin did end up, I don't even think it shows on this chart. No, it doesn't show on this chart. Really odd. Really, really odd. So this is the tether. I'm also on the tether. You know, roughly this morning at 6:30 a.m., okay, 6:30 a.m., there was a really big, and I don't know if it's a fake print or not, but there was a really big spike down on Bitcoin down to 70,130. I don't see it here on this Bitcoin chart, but that spike down did take us down to 70,130. So I'm actually just going to draw that in because there's a scenario where Bitcoin could have a little bit of a quick flash dump down to that area. So I'm not too sure why we don't see it on this chart, but looking at it on my other screen, and I do see it. It's certainly interesting to watch and play out. You can see Bitcoin tried having that breakout of that little inverse head and shoulders pattern, and it did fail. AMD looking vulnerable. Looks like it wants to go lower. New York Community Bank down another 4%. Let's look at the KRE ETF today because, again, that BTFP is supposed to be ending today. And you do have regionals down 0.5%. So, again, New York Community Bank is showing signs of weakness. It's going to be interesting to see if Bitcoin puts in if it closes the day strong. Right now, Bitcoin's been holding up 4 or 5%, and this is on the back of that discount window ending. So Bitcoin has a tendency to sniff out excess liquidity. That's one of its, I think, its gifts as an asset class. And if that BTFP is truly ending and liquidity is becoming more strained, I think that we should see Bitcoin actually put in a little bit of a reversal to the downside today. Obviously, Bitcoin is can hold up if the dollar weakens, but if Bitcoin should make a big move here, in my opinion, in the next few trading sessions. Maybe it's waiting for tomorrow on CPI. You can see NYCB back below that key pivot. Not a good sign. Oil's made a nice recovery. Oil's made a really strong recovery. Typically when oil makes a recovery like that, it does put pressure on the market. So we'll see if the indices react in any way. Russell's underperforming the Qs. Qs are underperforming SPY. Apple outperforming. Tesla outperforming. Bitcoin outperforming. But look at that nice little reversal on the oil chart here. WTI crude. Just going to erase some of these trend lines just to clean it up. But a nice reversal on crude. Bitcoin's putting in a potential bear flag here. Nat gas still weak, but trying to catch a little bit of a bounce. Qs are still trying to push up here. Looking at coin as a short as well. little bit of a downshift coming into Bitcoin again, guys. A little bit more of a downshift. Let's see if Bitcoin can give us a little bit of a day trade here. Another scalp. Google pushing for new highs. You can see the Qs are still at this resistance neckline, but trying to push above it. Looks like the Qs want to try to go to the positive side and push higher here. We'll see if that's the case. So we're still riding a BITI long at 732. Riding a 434 put on the Qs. That one's going against us a little bit. But we're just playing with profits at the moment. Just being patient and patient and patient. Just give me 1 second, guys. I just have to take a quick phone call. All right, guys, so we are seeing Bitcoin trying to break lower here. So Bitcoin is trying to break down. We're still remaining short. We're up nicely on that BITI, but I'm looking for more. I am trying to squeeze more out of this trade. We were up, on the trade earlier this morning, about 1,100, over 1%. Again, I have 11,000 shares long BITI, which is the short on Bitcoin. So it's a pretty decent sized position at the moment. And I'm still looking for Bitcoin to retest the 70,000 zone. Q's getting some slight rejection there. Qs are getting some slight rejection. So far, you have underperformance in the semis, underperformance in the Russell. And really, there's no data that's come out today. This is all in the back of just continuation moves from Friday. Semis were weak on Friday. Now they're seeing some distribution. The Qs do look like they want to try to push positive here. Apple's helping things. Google's helping things. Tesla's trying to help things. Tesla at this level for a long looks kind of enticing. I don't mind Tesla for a long at these levels. So TSLA, it's certainly looking like it's into some support. You've had a nice consolidation. All right, guys, I'm going to go long Tesla here, 178.36. Going to try to chase this move a little bit higher. 178.36. Starter position. This is a 1/4 entry. It's a little bit of a high riskier trade, but it has pulled back into its first little level of support. So we're now long Tesla, looking for a bit of a continuation move higher. If you're looking for calls, you could probably do 179, 180 0 DTEs. Those should play out. My final, I'm only going to add to the Tesla position twice. Basically, if we flush down to this 176.77, then I'll add to the position. But I'm only going to add twice to this position, just because it is a riskier name. It's in a downtrend. Obviously, we're fighting the larger term trend. So you do have the Qs trying to get rejected at the same neckline again. Not a healthy looking chart on the Qs, guys. Remember, we have triggered that head and shoulders on the 10-minute chart, which I showed you earlier. You can still see it. Left shoulder, head, right shoulder. We're underneath the neckline. So it's not a healthy looking chart on the Qs right now. You're above pre-market low, but below pre-market high. NVDA curling down, so semis are seeing a little bit more sell side pressure at the moment. Apple's trying to push up. Nice move on Tesla, guys. Let's keep trying to push this one up. See if we can get some more upside in Tesla. Just going to flip to a shorter term time frame. Tesla's almost, you can argue that it's trying to trigger this little inverted head and shoulders pattern, guys. Tesla is trying to break out here of this little pattern. Still developing a right shoulder, so it's a little premature, but it is showing some signs of relative strength. And, it does make sense for a retest on Tesla up to about this 179.90 area, almost 180. But the Qs are still weak right now. And Qs also could be putting in a head and shoulders pattern here on the 5-minute. You have a left shoulder, you have your head, and this could be a lower right shoulder. Your neckline would basically indicate this area here on the Qs. If you break that neckline, you're going down to the low of this channel, which would imply roughly a move down of 0.6%. So, I mean, even with the, so that would take you right down to this 433.70 zone. 433.70 is your main pivot low around that. There's a big pivot low there. It's actually around 433.65. All right, Tesla finding some slight rejection there at the neckline. So the pattern hasn't fully broken out yet. But a potential head and shoulders. I'm still riding a Tesla long, a Bitcoin short, and a 434 put on the Qs. Google's now putting in some signs of distribution, running into some sellers at the moment. I'm actually almost thinking of cutting Tesla here, just because the Qs are weak. Still long though, still long. Let's give it the benefit of the doubt at the moment. Nat Gas is trying to put in a little bit of a bullish recovery. It's trying to make a little bit of a move higher. Oil's taking a small breather. NVDA down 1, AMD down 3.6, Merit down 5.8, Tesla up 1.5, Neo Rivian showing strength, Apple up 1.2, SoFi green on the session, Pfizer up 2.4, NYCB up 4.24. All right, guys, I just cut Tesla there, 177.94, and apologize about that loss. I just cut Tesla. I'm not going to give it too much room to run to the downside, but I did take a small loss there on Tesla. Small loss on Tesla. Pretty much picked the low on this bounce, but I'm seeing the Qs break down here, so I just don't want to get caught in a little bit of a downside flush. I'd rather try to re-enter Tesla a little bit lower than average down. I'm seeing NVIDIA, Google, Meta, Amazon all curling lower. Even Apple is curling. Bitcoin trying to make another run for the highs here. So again, I cut Tesla for a loss. Still riding my Bitcoin and my QQQ put. In terms of some of the short interest names that are green, you have GRND, Grinder up 0.3, Nova up 2.9, LMND just slightly green, ATMU up 2.8, ABR up 1. A lot of red in the small cap world though. Not too many stocks squeezing today. Not too many stocks squeezing, which is a sign that liquidity is coming out of the market. Airlines are down across the board. Boeing down 3.8%, so leading the charge to the downside on Boeing. Oh, look at Tesla. Son of a gun. Trying to reattempt a breakout here on Tesla. God, I hate when you start getting into a scenario where you cover at the lows, where you sell at the lows, and then you're looking to rebuy, and they take that. I'm not going to chase. I'm just going to let that one go. Not going to revenge trade Tesla either. Boyle may be on the run to fill the gap at 1575, breaking 5 and 15-minute moving averages. Let's take a peek at Boyle. Bitcoin making another run higher. Remember, Bitcoin had this attempt at a breakout, inverted head and shoulders, kind of failed below the neckline. Now it's having another attempt. Yeah, you do have a little bit of a structurally bullish breakout trying to occur here on Boyle. You can argue that for sure. Let's look at the actual natural gas chart. But Boyle, keep it on your radar, because it could out Tesla profit. Nice job, Michael. I got shaken out. So nice job. Since you're able to score on that, good job, good job. And again, Tesla is trying to break this little neckline. Yeah, potential inverted head and shoulders on the Natgas 5-minute chart. It is looking like it wants to go higher. Volume starting to come in, which is a good sign off of the breakout zone. So right now you are breaking out on Natgas, at least intraday, trying to put in a near-term reversal. This should take us basically back to about 185 in this consolidation range, just above your EMA 113. So, I mean, oil could be traded on the long side, guys. And then how I would trade it if I were to go long, just to stop below that neckline. That's kind of your stop loss on oil. You get a close back below this, you stop out. You can even use this green bar low as your breakout or as your stop loss. But it is trying to make a little bit of a move higher here. Tesla finding some more sellers at that neckline. Amazon, everything's curling down here. If we look at the Qs, they did have a little bit of a sell-off there. Still in a little bit of a distributive pattern on the Qs, guys. Bitcoin trying to make a move higher here. AMD still looks to be curling down. Bitcoin pushing up. Apple's losing its momentum, guys. So Apple's running into some sellers here. That's not going to help the Qs because Apple's been the strong horse, right? So Apple's been almost insulating the Qs from this downward pressure. And Google simultaneously has been insulating. Bitcoin trying to make another run higher here. Tesla, nice breakout on Tesla, guys. I totally paper handed that one. Damn. Damn. That's just how she goes, though. Huge big push in Tesla, guys. Nice big push in Tesla. Qs are trying to make another push higher here. Yeah, 179.95. That's actually the upside target I have off of this little inverted head and shoulders. So, you know, when you start seeing dual factors like that, Michael, it likely means it will play out. So definitely interesting there. I wouldn't short it there. Maybe for a quick scalp, maybe, but I wouldn't personally short Tesla there. You know, when you have first of all, when you have the market weak, but Tesla's positive, so there's a little bit of relative strength there. You want to typically, if you're trying to short the relative strength names in a weak market, you want to go a little bit higher. You know, if I would be, and it really depends on how you get into there. Right now, you have a nice little pullback, trying to form a little probably micro bull flag pattern here. So it could have a lot of momentum going up into that name and often overshoot it. You know, probably the better short zone for a scalp is around this 180.50 area, 180.60, just this pivot high. But even that is risky. I mean, shorting Tesla when it's positive in a weak market is certainly a little bit more riskier. That's all I can really say. So I personally don't like the short on Tesla today. I would pick on the sectors that are weak. You have Microsoft weakness, semis are weak. You know, AMD, SMCI, or long SOXS, or AVGO is still weak. You know, so picking on some of those relative weak names already are probably a little bit more favorable. Even Amazon, you know, you're looking at the consumer discretionary stocks, and Amazon's triggered an hourly head and shoulders, clear as day, putting in a potential bear flag pattern on the 10-minute chart, on the hourly chart. So even a name like Amazon, if you're expecting downside in Tesla and wanting to short Tesla if it pops into this area, Amazon will be a much safer bet in my opinion, because it's already weak on the session and there's clear sellers in control of the price trying to push it lower. Not saying your short can't work out, it's a little bit more riskier. Bitcoin, again, finding some resistance at that neckline. So we remain short long BITI, short Bitcoin. Still riding a 434 QQQ put. We are still riding. The Dixie looks to be appearing to put in some bearish consolidation. Let's look at NVDA here. Oil still trying to push higher. What's interesting is if you look at some of the semiconductors, Intel's outperforming, up 1.64% when semis are down across the board. Same thing with ON semiconductors. That's outperforming on semiconductors. Mara now down 6% on the session, so still showing massive signs of distribution in Mara. Apple's looking like it's trying to break out here, guys. Apple is looking like it's trying to break out of this little range. Nice little inverse head and shoulders potential on Apple. Showing some signs of clear accumulation. That's going to help the Qs. If Apple holds and breaks here, could push up back up to above 174. So 174 calls probably will work. I'm looking at some longs, just waiting to see if we get any little pullback. But Apple's squeezing here, guys. Apple is starting to squeeze a little bit. Natgas struggling on 30-minute can't break period. Moving average so far, it is struggling. It's very much struggling on the chart here. Again, you still have that inverse on watch, so there's still potential that it can push higher, but it really needs to start gaining some momentum here. Oil back above $78 a barrel. It's now up on the session 0.9%. It almost makes me want to short the S&P, because a lot of those S&P stocks are sensitive to oil. Nat gas coming in just a little bit. Small cap indices still down 0.5%, but it's bounced off of the lows. Tupperware brands up 11%, squeezing higher. Natgas did get rejected there, guys. Natgas did get rejected. Bitcoin making another push higher. Bigger sell-off in Nat Gas. So we're seeing the Qs just curl down a little bit. Still a head and shoulders on watch on this 5 minute. We have triggered a larger one up above. Apple tried breaking out of this little down sloping pattern. Seeing some sellers off of that impulse green candle. Not a good sign. Again, Apple's been relatively strong, so you don't want to see Apple break down because it will hinder this market. It's already negative on the session on the back of semiconductor weakness. And if Apple pushes this market lower, we could see the Qs dip pretty well here. TC, your view on wheat. Oh yeah, I forgot to look at that last night. Sorry, Michael. I remember you put that in the chat. That was one I meant to look at last night in the live stream. So let's look at WET wheat. My apologies there. Actually, haven't looked at this in quite a long time. So yeah, wheat's trying to make a little bit of a bullish reversal. Nice higher low pattern on the RSI. Gives you a positive divergence. Okay. Did that weekly tail? Yeah, so you do have a little bit of a weekly reversal forming on wheat. Very, very oversold. We've just been bleeding lower really since that Ukraine-Russia spike. Yeah, I mean, if you want to bottom pick it here on the long side, it certainly looks favorable. I think you'll have a decent risk to reward on this particular commodity. Let's see here. Yeah, you can say you're putting in a falling wedge pattern on the chart. So there's definitely a falling wedge pattern on the wheat chart here, weekly. So I think that you'll have upside to the high end of this wedge. So maybe it's 550, 570, depending on how fast you get there. Apple seeing more sell side pressure. That's the last thing we need as consumers here around the world. The last thing we need is for wheat to start spiking up and breaking to the downside, because wheat has a big impact on inflationary pressures as well. It's in a lot of our food supplies. So I mean, that's the last thing as a consumer you want to see wheat is going up, because it'll affect many different consumer-based food products. Apple seeing a little bit more of a breakdown here. Let's look at the QQQ. Bitcoin trying to move up as well. Wheat, usually, yeah, you can hear the cat. Common sense. I know she's literally was meowing at one of the chipmunks that keeps running back and forth from my window. And now she's just sitting beside me, watching out the window. There's these two little chipmunks. They have the same route every morning, and she keeps watching them, stalking their every movement. Michael says wheat usually skyrockets in times of turmoil. Yeah, it has a tendency to do so. We have seen that in the past. So, I mean, Apple at the moment, not looking too hot, because you tried breaking out, rejected. Now it's going to have another attempt, but it is looking a little bit weak at the moment. Whoops. You don't want to pay more for your nachos? Damn, that's a sin. No one wants to pay more for their nachos. Damn. The only way I'm paying more for nachos is if you give me extra cheese. It's a pretty funny one. What do you expect from the overall market this week, especially the Qs? Well, it's hard to say right now. Obviously, the market hasn't started off the week positively. What has started the week positively is the VIX, yields, oil, dollar. So all of the things that the market doesn't like are moving higher on a Monday. Now, tomorrow's CPI. So that's obviously a big market moving data set that could really set the tone for the rest of the week. So my expectation is for CPI either come in line or slightly higher. Why do I say that? Because you've had oil trading above. When you compare the year-over-year numbers, oil's actually for the month. Remember, we're in March, so we're actually going to be getting February CPI. So we have to look at the data that transpired over the month of February. Remember, CPI is always lagging 1 month. So when you look at the price action oil really started the month of February trading at $74 a barrel. It dipped for 2 days down to $71.90, and then pretty much for the rest of February, oil was trading above $76, $77. So on average for the whole month of February, oil trended higher. And I mean, you arguably say oil was higher for the month of February than it was in January. And when you compare the year-over-year numbers, it really fits the same criteria. So my best guess is that the energy side of the inflation, the CPI, comes in either in line or slightly higher, which causes the CPI print to come in a little bit hotter. Remember, I mean, we've also had stocks at all-time highs. That's inflationary. S&P at all-time highs. Qs at all-time highs. That's naturally inflationary. And we all know what happened last CPI, that monster dump in the indices, huge rip on yields and the dollar. And then it was short-lived. Really, after that, market kind of faded. The dollar faded yields off that CPI print. But the big question is, was that just a one-off? Did inflation just uptick above consensus? And I think we're running into a scenario here that gets dicey because let's say tomorrow's CPI print does come in hotter. Then we run into a scenario where the market has to price in a higher unemployment rate, so a weakening labor market, and then potentially even still inflation ramping higher. So that's kind of the worst situation for the markets. If we start to price in a little bit of an uptrend in inflation, and I don't think inflation is going to go sky high like it did at around that 9%, but you never know. I mean, if oil continues to press higher here into the 80s, 90s, then yeah, we could see, maybe another 4 print, 5 print on CPI. It's a long shot, but it's certainly a possible scenario. And then that's where the market will have to price in worst case scenario where the Fed is backed into a corner. They have a weakening labor market and they have inflation upticking again. That's not what policymakers want to see. The labor market has been resilient for this whole tightening cycle as inflation has been coming down. So you can't deny inflation. There's been a huge disinflationary trend, absolutely. A lot of the inflation bears, so to speak, people that don't think inflation's a problem, always look at core CPI excluding food and housing. How can you exclude the two primary things we need? It's such far-fetched data when you do that. It just baffles me. So I still like to look at headline, but even that, I mean, is you have to take that with a grain of salt, right? Anyone living in the States knows their insurance costs have skyrocketed, knows healthcare has skyrocketed, knows anyone in Canada, our food prices are absolutely ridiculous. We know the food inflation probably better than anyone. So my expectations is probably for the market to remain choppy in a downtrend. I think we head lower. And just technically speaking, I mean, the Qs have triggered this little bearish pattern. Head and shoulders is in effect on the Qs. I'm just going to remove some of these moving averages. I go to the hourly chart of the Qs. Little head and shoulders. Left shoulder, head, right shoulder. You've broken the neckline. So there's a clear distributive pattern at play. A clear pattern at play. But I mean, it really comes down to what CPI does. Markets have just been stuck in a range here, trying to find and shake people out. If you're bullish Apple, this is another spot to re-enter. Notice we've held support here quite a few times. This would be a spot to enter. BTC trying DT on 5-minute. No crashing car or getting sick. Absolutely. Absolutely. Microsoft's looking poised to head higher here. It is trying to put in a little bit of a bullish reversal. Qs are actually looking like they want to push higher simultaneously. NVDA almost going green again. NVIDIA going green. Almost going green. SMCI pushing back up. CPI report, based off of what I'm thinking, Ram, it should move it down. Should move it down. But again, I'm taking a wild guess here whether they have something cooked up or not. Maybe it comes in. If it comes in lighter, obviously markets will rally. If it comes in, I think even if it comes in line, markets should sell off. If it comes in way hotter, then markets are going to dump. But let's see how the market closes. That'll give us a little bit more investor sentiment. I don't even know what the consensus is for the CPI. Let me just pull that up here. Guys, at 1 o'clock, we may have some more volatility. We do have the 3-year note auction at 1 o'clock, so in roughly 16 minutes. Be ready, as the dollar and yields could also try to push higher here if the note auction is weak. If it's strong, it'll push yields down. But in 16 minutes, we do have the note auction. So tomorrow at 8:30 is CPI. CPI year-over-year numbers, the consensus is 3.1%. So they're expecting no change. The previous number was 3.9. So the last two CPI reports have come in hotter. So starting from January, the beginning of the year, consensus was 3.2. It came in at 3.4. Then the February report consensus was 2.9. It came in at 3.1. So we've been consistently beating the inflationary expectations and forecast by roughly 0.2% for the last 2 months. So if the trend stays the same, forecasting 3.1, and it should come in at around 3.3 if we're following the same previous trend. Now, I mean, that being said, I don't expect energy to go lower. So that's a big side of the CPI that could still keep pressing higher. So we're going to watch that closely. But we'll see if that dumps off 3.1%. Really that's not even a good sign, because that shows that there's no real change in inflation from the previous month. So I'm still short Bitcoin via long BITI, still riding a QQQ 434 put, slightly down on that position. But we've closed quite a few different winners today, so we're comfortable playing these trades as they progress. We're just going to wait and ride them out. The markets should make a big move at some point today. We are seeing signs of distribution. We're chopping in a very tight range for the last couple hours. So we really haven't made a definitive move one way or another, but I do think we're going to. If Apple loses this EM or this moving average, this 200 moving average on the 2-minute chart, we're going to flush down to this low pivot, and then it does open us up, believe it or not, retesting this gap fill. That would not be a good sign for Apple and the Qs. That would hurt pretty much the entire complex across the board. So again, CPI consensus for tomorrow is same as last month, 3.1%. That kind of comes in line with what I'm expecting. I don't expect a lower, but I do expect potentially more of an upside bias. The month-over-month number is expecting a higher. The month-over-month number is expecting a 0.4% increase, so higher than last month. So I mean, the month-over-month data is showing market participants expecting an increase. Whether or not that increases the year over year, time will tell. We'll also have the 10-year note auction at 1 p.m. tomorrow. So CPI at 8:30, that'll shake things up in the pre-market. No problem, Ram. Me eating vanilla ice cream with hot chocolate and thinking about Boyle and KOLD. That's a good way to numb the pain of the natural gas trade if it's caught you on the wrong side of the trade. But again, I mean, for swing trading, yeah, it's rough watching nat gas just trending lower here, distributing, selling off, tempting a breakout, failure. But as a long-term investor, you should just be cool as a cucumber. You should be as cool as that ice cream. Because 12 months out, you're probably going to be saying, why didn't I buy more? But I mean, obviously trading these levered ETFs are risky because of the decay, the volatility, the shakeout, fake outs. So it's never easy. What was interesting last week, remember last month we had a negative reaction to CPI, and then 2 days later we had a positive reaction? What if the reverse happens this go around, where markets react positively tomorrow, they rope in new long liquidity, and then what happens if on Thursday they end up taking us down on PPI? A lot of ifs. You also have retail sales on Thursday, initial job loss claims on Thursday. So Thursday is a big day. Core retail sales, jobless claims, and PPI all at 8:30. Now, how in the heck is a human being supposed to digest those three major data sets and make an informed decision within split seconds on how to trade? Whereas you're going to have algos don't digest that data in the blink of a second, and we're still going to be scratching our heads eating our ice cream with RAM. So, I mean, that's the crazy thing about when you have so much data on one given day within one time frame. It's virtually impossible for us to digest the market move. You have to really wait for the reaction. That's why it's always loading up a position into earnings or loading up a position into these data sets is always risky because, again, algorithms act irrationally. They act first, and humans act second. But it's going to be a crazy day tomorrow and Thursday. And right now, I mean, let's just digest a few things, right? We're seeing the VIX showing some signs of accumulation. Granted, it's softened quite substantially. You're seeing the market seeing a little bit of sell side pressure today. You are seeing Bitcoin pump up. Some strength in some individual small cap names, but small caps are weak across the board. So the risk sentiment is certainly dwindling here. Yields are all positive. The 2-year yield is moving up the most here. So nice breakdown coming into the Qs, guys. We are watching that. I think oil's bullish recovery from going from red to green is also telling us that, you know what, likely inflation on the CPI front is probably going to remain the same or higher. That would not shock me. Let's look at this yield market. So the 2-year yield tracks the Fed's expectations the best. And we are seeing the 2-year yield catching a pretty decent bid here, which is telling us that bond investors are lightening up their bond positions ahead of CPI. They say the bond market always knows. So as of now, if we look at this daily chart of the 2-year yield, notice that what I've noticing on the yields is this was your impulse CPI candle here, all the way back on February 13th. So what's interesting is we're currently trading inside of that bar. We actually pierced that bar. So this impulse green candle was a spike on CPI when CPI came in 0.2% hotter, roughly pushing us back to 3.1% headline number. So now if consensus on the month over month is actually expecting CPI to push up by 0.1%, and we're still remaining flat on the headline CPI number, shouldn't we push back up to the high of that candle? At least if we get another 3.1% move up in CPI or the same, should push us. So we are into some support here, previous CPI support range. And again, the big question is, if we come in hotter than 3.1, wouldn't the logical thing be to push higher than this previous CPI print? This was a 3.1% reaction. So if we come in hotter than 3.1, odds are we could even push above this impulse green candle on the 2-year. Yeah, I do. Georgiana, I have considered that. Canada's a mess. I hate our prime minister. Our cost of living is just ridiculous. Housing, one of the most unaffordable housing markets in the world. Granted, it's great if you're in the real estate market, so we have some Airbnbs and rentals. But it's certainly not what it used to be. I grew up in South Africa, and what's interesting is, South Africa is a third world country. And I see the transition happening where Canada is almost entering that third world status in terms of crime and poverty. So, I think it's happening globally due to our fiat system, but it's really sad when you see developed nations starting to really lose their status because of poor policy. But I definitely have considered moving. The only issue is I have a network here of rentals, Airbnbs. It's that comfort thing. My girlfriend wants me to move to Europe with her. She wants me to move to Scotland and buy a castle there and live somewhere off the grid. So I'm actually taking a trip to Scotland in the new year to see what it's all about. I'm not going to commit to moving to a place that I've never been to, never really seen. But yeah, there's certain. I've explored the likes of Costa Rica, other places that have better tax laws, shelter it a little bit more. Come to Tasmania, no chipmunks. But then my cat would hate that, Michael. Michael, you think CPI comes in at 3.7? Whoa, jeez, that's a ballsy call. 3.7 would be a monster move up in inflation. Are you looking at the core though? Is that what you're looking at? 3.7 on the core. So yeah, again, the core is at 3.7 already. Or sorry, the core consensus is 3.7. The core as of February was 3.9. This headline CPI number is at 3.1. So I look at headline more so myself, just because that's what the street kind of compares. I know the Fed looks at it, but again, I don't like that core CPI headline. I just prefer the regular CPI headline number. Scotland is beautiful. Not a bad idea. I'll let her know. It's common sense. Thank you. I'm a big football fan, soccer fan, so I know it's close to England. My team is Arsenal, which were actually winning the league as of yesterday. A beautiful, beautiful result in the Man City-Liverpool game, tying it up, but Arsenal's ahead on goals. So, I mean, she's promised we'll get season tickets to the Arsenal game. You can just take the tube down, the train down, and we can spend the day in London and yada, yada, yada. She knows how to talk up my interests and what I like to try to sweeten the deal. That's for sure. All right, guys, so QQQ has moved up here. QQQ has moved up off of the lows. You can see it is trying to catch a bid and break out of this little bit of a range that it's been chopping in. You've just been stuck in this range, guys. Algos are chopping people up and spitting them out. Chopping them up and spitting them out. Microsoft getting a nice push, so that's helping things. Again, 2-year note auction in 3 minutes, guys. The 3-year note auction in 3 minutes. I'm actually going to put up the Dixie just to see if that creates any sort of volatility in the currency markets. So Dixie has faded from its highs quite substantially, almost putting a little bit of an M-top topping formation on the Dixie. It's never a good sign if you're bullish the dollar. Good sign if you're bullish the indices. Dixie trying to break lower here. Bitcoin has been strong all day, still trying to curl up and push higher. So the Qs are holding the 20-day moving average. Again, that's a nice little check back. Last time we bounced off the 20-day moving average, we pushed for new all-time highs on the Qs. The question is, will we do the same this go around? There's always a potential for it, but I still am finding it hard-pressed to think that that would be the likely scenario. Anything could happen. Again, this has just been a very tight range. No, I'm not turning into a Celtic or Rangers fan. Although, they're pretty decent soccer. They do play some really decent soccer. Yeah, I know. It's not that close. I mean, it's, what is it, a 5-hour drive or something like that, I think. But I know the Scottish are also big on their football. Your sister lives in London? Nice. Yeah, I've been to London about 4 times myself. I have an uncle there. So I'm very familiar with London. I like it there too. Lots to do. Ram saying Miami. I live in Miami and the housing here has gone crazy after COVID, where everyone from the States relocated here and skyrocketed the housing. I relocated from Austria to Miami just because I hate the cold, where there now it gets crazy. Wow, Ram, that's interesting. I actually have dual citizenship. My background is Austrian. I have my secondary passport is Austrian, so I've also thought about that, living in Austria. It's beautiful there. I have been to Vienna. Only once, though. If London was so expensive, I would not hesitate moving there. Yeah, it is. It is that pound, right? That pound. That currency conversion is always interesting. All right, so dollar initial reaction is down. Again, we do have a 2-year note auction. Right now, Qs are just flat sideways range for the last hour. Bitcoin just been grinding higher. Yields have softened just a tad here, just a tad. Nothing crazy. All right, Dixie, big breakdown there. Dixie is breaking down. Qs should move up off of that breakdown, guys. The Qs should move up off of that breakdown. Question is, was it a little bit of a fake breakdown? Is it just a little quick liquidity grab? Or is it going to surmount to something bigger? That's what I'm waiting for. Qs are finding a little bit of sell side pressure. Apple curling down. Hey Ram, so how long have you been in Miami for? That's pretty cool. Innsbruck, Austria, beautiful. Beautiful. How long have you been in Miami for, Ram? Salzburg is worth going to if you haven't been. Absolutely love Austria. Yeah, yeah. One of my favorite meals is schnitzel. Love schnitzel. 7 years? Okay, nice, nice, nice. Yeah, there's some beautiful places in Austria. I actually haven't looked. How's the does anyone know how's the real estate market in Austria, Ram? Quite expensive, reasonable priced. Salzburg is for the olds and Innsbruck is for the youngs. Good to know. Write that one down. Ireland is great in terms of taxes, price, and liberties. Wow. Geez, Georgianne, are you secretly my girlfriend trying to convince me on the stream? Just typing away as an alias here. You're hitting all the key spots for Scotland here. You're trying to speak all of the languages that I know. Because lots of units very, very expensive. Okay. So the housing market's very, very expensive because of the universities. That makes sense. So I mean, it's probably very similar to what we have here in Canada as well. Lots of universities. All the university towns are just the prices per bedroom that we charge students are crazy these days. Crazy. And we get away with it. We get away with it. Stay in Canada and fall into a rabbit hole. Yeah, that's how she goes here. It's absolutely insane. And I mean, the scariest thing for me is just like Canada's more secretive with their economic policy. I know they do a lot of shady things behind the scenes, and I'm just worried that they destroy our dollar here into oblivion. I mean, obviously, there's always investments that hedge you, but our Canadian dollar just seems to be getting weaker and weaker and weaker and weaker and weaker as they prop up our real estate market with a softer dollar. So a bit of a sell-off coming into Bitcoin here, a little bit more sell-side pressure. Nothing crazy. It's still holding bullish alignment. But we are seeing a little bit more of a downside move coming into the picture. We are seeing this kind of with the whole QQQ complex, semiconductor names. I still remain short Bitcoin. Dollar trying to hold and teeter at this neckline. NVIDIA is starting to put in a little bit of a bear flag on the 10-minute chart. So NVIDIA looks like it wants to go lower. That's going to drag down semis across the board. So bear flag on 10-minute NVIDIA chart is looking like it's trying to play out. Apple curling down, breaking lower. So this market's kind of in trouble. It looks like we're going to take another down leg in the market, guys. And if we trigger this little neckline, then you do have that head and shoulders, that little micro head and shoulders on watch, which should take us back down to about 434, right where our QQQ put lies. So 434, we're still writing 434 puts on the Qs. Still writing this Bitcoin short. And we're looking for more downside. Where are you from, Georgiana? Where are you from? Since you asked me the question about moving. On the back of the dollar also weak, so that's kind of interesting. That's certainly interesting. Coin should fall if Bitcoin starts to lose this key little neckline zone. Coinbase should fall as well. You'll have first support at 72, but I do think that even 70,000 is still in the cards for today. I think a move down to 70K is likely in the cards today. I think we've just been seeing this slow grind higher on Bitcoin. And every time Bitcoin just slowly grinds, it often sets itself up for a quick dump. Nat gas down 2.4. You have Google outperforming up 2.3. Amazon down 1.68. Oil slightly green. Energy stocks holding momentum. Eli Lilly getting clapped down 3.84%. Intel holding strong when semis are weak, so Intel's outperforming semis up 1.72%. So that's also insulating the semis from a little bit more downside. EV stocks are acting well. China stocks are acting well. Keep your eye on Chinese stocks because they could be in for a big rotation trade. Obviously, many people have been calling bullish China, bullish China, bullish China, and really it hasn't been any sort of a long-term investment. It's been just a quick, nimble trade. If you've been able to trade key technical levels like we've traded a couple times, then you've been good. Georgiana's from Romania. Beautiful. Never been to Romania. How's the housing, taxes, and liberty there? Qs are trying to bounce, Apple trying to bounce, Meta, NVDA all trying to bounce at the moment. Tesla also trying to put in a little bit of reversal. Google putting in its little bit of a lower high here. So Google could be an opportunity to play on the downside as well. Remember, it's a strong name in a weak market, but potential lower high on Google, that is a short setup. I think you could probably short it down to 137.80, 137.50, in around that range. Your previous high pivot, you actually have the 100 moving average sitting at 137.78. That's probably where you want to retrace to. Bigger breakdown occurring in NVIDIA now. So NVIDIA is seeing some sellers stepping into the picture. So NVIDIA breaking down. Let's see if the Qs want to trigger this head and shoulders. We've been chopping and distributing all day. The fact that the Qs were oversold, got a weak bounce into resistance, sell off, another lower high, and then just been in the sideways chop makes me suspicious. VSCO, can you find out what Victoria's Secret? I'll take a look at VSCO. We'll look at it on this dollar chart here, VSCO. So this one's been a consumer discretionary stock under pressure, just like the likes of Nike, Tesla, Starbucks, etc. You're into this gap fill. You can see this previous bull flag consolidation range. You had a couple weeks of consolidation before you broke higher. So there is some support here. There is some support. Let's look at the weekly chart. Bearish sign that you lost this impulse green candle. So this breakout candle in the weekly chart, not a good sign that you lost it. Now I do expect Victoria's Secret to probably try to retest that area and see if the bulls can recapture that trend, but it's not looking strong. So maybe you have some upside to about 2050, 2070, but that's not a strong looking chart on Victoria's Secret. Not a strong looking chart. Yeah, this stock's in trouble. This stock is in trouble. It's actually, I wouldn't even touch the call side, personally speaking. You can see that we're just chopping in this channel. And I mean, you tried breaking out above here, got completely rejected. You'll have some support at the double bottom if you feel a little bit more comfortable to trade that. That is a better technical support setup. But again, you lose this double bottom, and believe it or not, I mean, yikes. I could see this stock going sub $10, sub $10. Maybe it chops into this $8 to $10 range. center point of this parallel channel. But that's not a nice looking chart for Victoria's Secret. It's what was the date? You're taking March 19th calls? March 19th? Or sorry, was that April? April 19th? April 19th calls, that's what you're looking for? It's 39 days to expiry. So I mean, so $19 strike, 39 days out, volatility about 54.63%, implied volatility 46.38%. No, I don't really like that trade on Victoria's Secret. I mean, you probably do get a bounce, but you run the risk of Victoria's Secret going lower. Could get a bounce, but not a trade setup I like personally speaking. Dollar breaking down here. What's interesting is you had the dollar breakdown and you have indices breaking down. Again, that's a little bit of a trend change that we're seeing from these algorithms. Are the algorithms starting to be tailored a little bit differently in the sense that they're now having to not bid up equities every single time the dollar and yields fall? That's a big question, right? We will run into a scenario where algos do get reprogrammed based off of fundamentals in the market, right? The algos have been programmed to buy up on every single dip, yields down, boom, buy tech, dollar down, buy everything. So we're kind of seeing a little bit of an intraday sell-off on the Qs, intraday sell-off on the dollar. Georgiana says housing is cheap in Romania. Apartments around 1,300 per square meter, new buildings. System is quite flexible, but I'm considering working on a plan for multiple residents in different parts of the world. Nice. I think the more options you have, the better. Options are always good, especially with what we've been through in the world in recent events. You know, there's probably going to be more crazy, volatile times, so I think options are good. You know, I know at least here in Canada, we had some pretty crazy restrictions during COVID. Around the world did, right? Some places just had them in place longer, more stringent. You know, I know Canada is getting horrific for censorship laws. So, I mean, there's things that we're going to be not even going to be able to say here. There's things we can't even view already. So I don't like when government starts to become so intertwined into our civil liberties. You know, it's a very inefficient market when government is dictating everything. Often the private sector runs the economy much, much more efficiently. But definitely flexibility. If you have the flexibility to move around and change locations, have different residencies, that's probably best bet. Bitcoin, big bounce here in Bitcoin. Dollar getting rejected at that neckline. So potential head and shoulders on the dollar. Makes it interesting. A little bit of a bearish breakdown in the dollar heading into CPI. Let's see if it influences markets in any way. Seeing some more volume coming into MSOS, guys. MDB, is it a good buy for a swing trade? I looked at that last night, but I can't recall what I discussed. So let's bring it up. NDB, MongoDB. I know it's been under pressure. Rather big lower high on the daily. Let's look at the weekly. One thing that leaned me bullish on MDB is the fact that you did trigger this inverted head and shoulders pattern. You can see it broke above the little neckline zone here. And now you've had 2 weeks of consecutive price trading below that neckline. So this is a failed bullish pattern. This is a failed bullish pattern on MDB, guys. Just be careful about it. Failed bullish pattern. I like it down here at the weekly EMA, 113. 334 is, I think, where you get a bigger bounce. Now you have had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is your 5th consecutive week coming up into your first big support zone. So you could get a bounce here, but I think the weekly chart support acts as a better risk to reward. Let's throw in a fib retrace from the low to the high. So you are into the 382. So there is Fibonacci support there, guys. So you are into the 382 fib level. That's a positive sign at the moment. And again, you're oversold more so in the daily or 4-hour time frame. Let's just draw this little support zone. So you can see you're coming up into this trend line, pivot to pivot to pivot. You're not quite there on MongoDB. So, I mean, if you want to be a little bit more patient, maybe wait. But I totally understand if you want to take a stab at it here on the long side. And then if you were to trade this on the long side, I think you just stop out of the position if you get a daily close below this low pivot. So, I mean, the risk to reward, I think you can look for a bounce back up to 400. And then your risk is just a stop loss below this 360 zone. So, I mean, risk to reward, let's just isolate that down if we were to take that on the long side. So if you entered here, you know, you're risking basically about 1.5%, 2% on the trade versus potentially getting about an 8%, 9% rally. So risk to reward, it's a decent setup. It's about a 3.5, 4 to 1. It's about a 4 to 1 risk to reward. So it's not a bad risk to reward. And you do have some support here. I would just personally be a little bit more of a stickler and wait for this 354 zone. You know, you do even have this gap fill, this pretty big epic gap fill that's sitting around 331.33. So if I were to trade this on the long side, I would look for a starter position off of this trend line. So 350, and then I would look to add to the position if we moved into this gap fill and this fib level. So that's just personally how I'll trade. I'm actually going to put an alert on this trend line just so that if we hit, we can play it. Now, I think that if we flush tomorrow into this trend line, that's a bounce trade for a day trade. That'll be an epic trade for a day trade, I think. If we get one more flush down. And again, this just had earnings a few days ago. So, I mean, still hasn't had 3 days pass by. So we'll see. We'll watch it closely. Qs have moved up. SPY's trying to push up as well. Russell's trying to push up. Nice bull flag potential in the Russell 2000. IWM looking like a little bit poised to move higher here.
What do you think Ecuador? I think I've got 438.64 as a key level. Right. Exactly.
So hopefully that helped you there, Ram.
Your candle close on the daily was at 439. And your daily 9 EMA is up there at 439.20. We can set
Now, if we flush into this level, I think $400 calls on MDB may be expiring. Let me just look at the chain here. Just give me 1 second. MDB.
Ahead of the rest of the week and how much stuff we've got. Right. I was on that other
Call
Jag came on
for
and talked for a bit, and he feels we're in a 4 to 6 week correction. I'm not from a high level. I'm not there yet, but I'm kind of in agreement that it's starting. But like, you know, if we start breaking up above 448, 15, 449 cues, I think we're probably delaying a little bit longer. But I think it's coming. That's all. I don't think we're going to see. Well, the law of averages would say that.
Yeah, I could see the March 12th calls in MongoDB. Looking at March 12th, 400 calls. Again, that's only if we flush down. I think you could get a bounce. Let's flip back to the Qs. So at the moment, you have Apple up 1%, NVIDIA down by about 1%, Microsoft down by half, AMD down 3.3%, SMCI down 3.3%, Tesla up almost 2%, AVGO down 1.3%, Bitcoin up 4.9%, Nat Gas down 2.5%, Qs are down 0.26%, SPY just slightly negative, down by 50 cents, 0.1%, Russell down slightly, VIX turned negative, so the VIX was positive for the majority of the trading session. I know Chris made some money on the VIX, and now you've seen the VIX actually go negative. So interesting to see that people are selling volatility ahead of CPI instead of hedging. You're looking at the Qs. Qs are still in this bearish range. Still a head and shoulders on the 5-minute on watch. We haven't broken the neckline yet, so you're still holding. But you have triggered a much larger head and shoulders on the 30-minute and hourly chart. Bitcoin's starting to come in just a tad at the moment.
That's a great point, because this is, sideways, letting EMAs and stuff, time correction, those are just as common as, several down days that take us back to history. So it'll be interesting to see how it plays out, but it is something to keep in mind, obviously. Know your environment. By the way, I said last week, it's just these miners, these Bitcoin miners.
Microsoft pushing for a new high of day. It's absolutely ripping here. Microsoft is ripping. Microsoft looks like it wants to try to go positive on the session. No problem, Ram. You're welcome. You're welcome.
I think the halving is really going to hurt those miners. Exactly. Research that I've been doing, they're just not able to generate this.
Lithium stocks. How are lithium stocks doing today? They're mixed, but they're positive on the session. ALB up 5, SQM up 6.1, lithium ETF up 4.69. Dollar's trying to catch a little bit of a bid here. Real estate seeing some sell side pressure. Sector performance. Let me just look at the sectors just so we can get a pulse on the market. At the moment, you have both Dow components slightly green. SPY still negative. Materials up 1%. Communications up 0.23. Energy up 0.37. Financials turned green. They were red. It's a little bit of a bullish reversal there on financials. Industrials down 0.7. Tech XLK still down by 0.25%. Staples up 0.43. Real estate down by 0.37. Utilities are slightly green, up 0.28. Healthcare and discretionary stocks still negative. Amazon's triggered a really nasty hourly head and shoulders pattern. You can argue NVIDIA is putting in a potential hourly head and shoulders pattern. Hasn't triggered like Amazon, but there's a potential. There is a potential. Geez, if NVIDIA triggers its hourly head and shoulders pattern, it's indicating about a 13.9% down move. Again, it's only valid if it triggers, and it hasn't triggered it. It's still a strong market-leading stock.
I have to admit, I haven't admitted that 18.1 NVS on watch. NVS. And I bought them and I puked them out pretty quickly. Because I'm like, this is good here. Yeah, that was so good that I started the 205. And now here we are at 250. Great. Well, I could have easily rejected in that 220-ish area. It's not a bad trade. We're getting basically higher lows all day. Higher low. Buys breaking out a little bit. SPX is in the gap. It's got another like $4 or so to fill the gap from close to open. So we'll see. I'm not super excited to trade anything today. Super micros at 2% of IWM. So they're getting that equity inclusion. Do they drop out of IWM? No, that was being IWM rebalance. What is ARM up to? Is the lockup period tomorrow?
So you can see the Qs are trying to break this range and push higher. Still haven't been able to do so, but they're trying.
They're down 3 today. Down 12% over the last week. It's still up on the 1 month. Yeah, it's almost a double on the 3 month. Still not really seeing the Novartis news, but they are discussing over TV at some point. And it's a small move, but it is a straight line on BS. Yeah, I heard Squawker Morgan say something about it, but the thing is,
Moderna up 9% today. Wow, that's a big move. I didn't even realize Moderna was up that much today.
The thing is, though, on a day like today when it's really slow, a lot of times you see like a headline or news move things more than it normally would, just because there's so many people eager for, for something to do. It's there. Jordan, you catching up on predicting how to do the quickly? Wait, I did it already. It was half. It was half. Do it again. Yeah, I'll do it again. Another 2 minutes on the board. That's so dumb. Every once in a while, it'll go on like a run on one side. Keep doing heads, keep doing heads. These MBS cons are spiking. Artist channels crazy. Nothing just happened with your stream. I don't know if it was just on my end, but I had to refresh it.
So NVIDIA is still curling down. It is trying to break a 10-minute bear flag. So take a look at NVDA. So here was your little bearish breakdown. You can see you have this wedge pattern that has broken down on NVIDIA. It's a nice little bear flag or bear wedge. Retested low. So 853, give or take. So we're going to watch that closely. I'll keep the dollar on my other screen on watch. It is trying to get back above that neckline.
I guess there was a glitch. I haven't dropped a single frame. Wi-Fi is totally fine. That's how I know. Us is weird.
Big move down on the Russell 2000, potentially failing here. NVIDIA also on watch for more weakness. Scrolling through some. So yeah, you have MSTR still up 14%. Pfizer, Moderna performing well. Yeah, a lot of strength in Chinese stocks, guys. A lot of strength. Adobe strong today. Alcoa strong. Zoom up 4.4. Starbucks up 1.43. Shopify negative. SE up. Teradyne negative. Fubo down. Visa flat. Mondelez slightly green. PayPal up 1.6. Robinhood up 1.7. Bigger breakdown in NVIDIA, guys.
Walmart's the greatest invention since try not to beat yourself up if you're having a hard time for this last day. It's a tough day. But don't beat yourself up too hard. Especially if you're playing 0 days.
So again, NVIDIA is weighing in on the Qs, guys. That's going to affect the whole semiconductor complex. So we are seeing that bear flag break down on NVIDIA. Again, target is 853. So still about $8 or $9 to the downside. Again, with NVIDIA being the heaviest, or with NVIDIA being one of the bellwether stocks of 2023 and 2024. When it starts to sell, it's going to create a lot of drag on the entire market complex. AMD, SMCI, AVGO, the whole SOXX, whole SMH ETF. Welcome to the stream, Daisy May Boyle. Welcome, welcome. Dollars catching a little bit of a bid here. We're still seeing Bitcoin remaining resilient. Oil's sold off a little bit from the highs, but still holding slight gains. But heavy price action in NVIDIA. It's common sense looking to get into a Google short within the next 5 minutes. Yeah, that did print a lower high, right, Google? So it is potentially showing up.
Evan, what do you think about Rivian? Before wondering. What's your take? Mr. Rivian. Yeah, I was talking about this morning. I came close to actually adding a little speculative position in Rivian. I didn't have it yet, so maybe I do it at some point. I like the cars. It is definitely a very high risk position, but yeah, I do think that I'm having is who's going to be up there with Tesla. They're going to be.
So you now have NVIDIA down 1.68, guys. 1.68. AMD down 4.3. SMCI down 4.6. Has anyone looked at Moderna stock lately? mRNA? Is anyone seeing? Moderna's daily chart doesn't actually look bad. especially with this recent volume surge. I mean, look at this little inverted head and shoulders. That's a really, really clean inverse. If it can break, it's showing a lot of upside. And what does that mean? I mean, does that mean we have another strain coming on the horizon? Another variant? Another vaccination program? Who the heck knows? But look at this NVIDIA breakdown, guys. It's sending the Qs down pretty sharply here.
I'll take your word for it. I don't trust anybody but that. Spike and right back down. There's a box, Frank.
But look at that move. If Moderna breaks out of this space, jeez, that's a big, big move, guys. It's about a 44% upside move. I still think it's such a crap company. I mean, it really only gets those big upside moves when you have these big tail risk events like COVID, obviously, in 2021, 2022 run up. But I mean, I think just on a fundamental valuation, the stock should be at $40, but the technicals are showing potentially a little bit of an upside move coming into these potential co-stocks. Let's look at Pfizer. We did discuss that one yesterday. Again, that one was so oversold, coming up into some support, getting a really big bid off the lows now. Volume has been pretty immense on the weekly chart. And again, you're still structurally very, very oversold. Very, very oversold. Makes you wonder what if there's some sort of a catalyst coming. Novo pulling it with it. Novo. Oh, so is that why they're Novo Nordisk? Was there news on Novo that I've missed? Is there more Ozempic news or whatever the heck their drug is called? Nat Gas catching a little bit of a bid. There it is, NVO. Qs are triggering that potential head and shoulders, guys. Qs are triggering the potential head and shoulders. So let's just be mindful that we could see some downside in the Qs. I mean, some of these charts, though, for these healthcare stocks, Nat Gas making another big push up. So again, this could be correlated with the market selling off. I have NVO negative. Not sure. All right, guys. So QQQ is on watch for technical breakdown. We are observing one. NVIDIA leading the chart to the downside. Apple got a big spike to the high side. Microsoft curling down. Meta curling down. Amazon curling down. Tesla curling down. The only thing that's curling up is Apple. But the Qs are triggering this head and shoulders now, guys. So a brand new intraday small time frame head and shoulders has triggered on the Qs. So shorts are favored, but you don't want to chase it right away. You often get a retest or some sort of a bear pattern, and then it's a short. You can look for puts. Again, I'm writing 434 puts down on the Qs. I'm already in that trade. Been sitting in it for a decent chunk of time now.
A little bit of that dog in him. Get a dog. So the FAA guy is agreeing with
agreeing to terms with VA on their whatever milestones they have to get, so it was in their 737 actually. Netflix, you want to make a move on anything? You'd be surprised. Doesn't have the juice today. No juice for you. I can't believe that Jake Paul and Tyson are fighting on Netflix. It's such a wild headline. There's so many wild pieces of like, I did not see that one coming. I don't know, dude.
More downside coming into the market, guys. More downside.
It's 57. Yeah, I know. It's like Tyson. Oh, it's still Tyson. But I watched some of his like training videos. And somebody posted some training videos on X over the weekend. And dude still got a fucking hammer of a punch.
Oh, I'm sure.
But he is old. He is getting old. Tire out.
A lot of the communication stocks like Paramount, Warner Bros. Are doing well. Disney doing well. I think you're seeing a lot of that money coming.
Really test the waters. Yeah. But like at the same time, it's like I don't know. Every person he fights after he wins, it's like, oh, he's gotta fight this guy. He's gotta fight this guy. It's like, bro, you guys keep putting guys in front of him. He keeps making millions. That's the rip. He keeps making millions. You can hate on all you want. I don't think he's making tons of money off of it. I don't even like him.
NVDA is still seeing distribution. Nat gas is moving up nicely, guys. It's trying to get a little bit of its lost gains back, so we are seeing that trying to push up. A little bit more red starting to appear on the screen. Which one of the drug companies is missing obesity drug in the pipeline? Heard speculation that VKTX might be the target by one of those who doesn't have one yet. Yeah, I have heard that. Viking Therapeutics, they have had promising results. I believe they're in stage 2 trials, clinical trial stage 2. So it hasn't fully been tested yet, although it is looking promising from a standpoint. So that one is looking likely to get acquired, but I'm not too sure who's missing yet on their pipelines. They're all probably going to come up with some variation, but again, Viking Therapeutics definitely has made a move to the high side off of this data, and it is showing promising signs that maybe it wants to go higher. You are seeing some accumulation, but it's had a massive run, and you are seeing a nice pullback. I think that this little bit of a low on the candle could probably be bought as an aggressive long. Again, there's always a risk that if you buy this, it could gap down over you. But it's definitely had a nice pullback. And you are coming up into the first big level for the bulls. This 5740 pivot low is going to be your first big test for VKTX. The positive is that the volume is dwindling here. You are getting lowering volume, and you're still inside this impulse green candle.
Disney just doesn't care. Disney's like, big 4-hour down candle, consolidate sideways, big 4-hour up candle. Swallow. The hourly
The 15 minutes was short on the pop. 30 minutes you gotta take advantage of that big bearish candle. Yeah. You do. When you look at the last 3 hourly candles though, they're right in between the
Anybody that took that Google short is probably in the driver's seat at the moment. It is looking like it's trying to break and trigger a little bit of a 5-minute bear flag pattern. It is looking like it wants to probably retest the mid 137s at this point. The Google bulls really want to hold above the previous high pivot, which is sitting around 138.08. They want to get a daily close above that. Apple's coming down. It's looking like it wants to trend lower here. Tried breaking out. Again, Qs do look like they're in a little bit of trouble at this point.
Some predictions on Google while ago, but one of my down because it was a short-term move when I've got the high day prediction.
So volume on the Russell's about 15 million shares. Volume on the SPY very light, 33.5 million shares. Volume on the Qs is probably going to be light as well, but a little bit heavier than the SPY on its average basis. So its volume on the Qs is trading around 29 million. So super light volume session as we speak. Pretty light volume session. Dollar's ripping back up. Dollar's trying to put in a little bit of a reversal.
Did you add? What happened, Jordy? How dare you ask? I'm letting them tell you. I don't know. Let's go to the tip spot. Yeah. Spy edge pressure. Can you? Oh, you die. China's perpetual short. I was on the train this morning, and we talked about the news. They're like, okay, I guess it's official. They decided that they do not stimulate their economy, and so they're buying gold. Dude, I mean, have you ever seen a better looking long-term chart? I challenge anyone to find me better. The multiple unbelievable. And the weekly.
If we were looking at NVDA, so gold looks like NVDA at 285.
So market's just kind of in a little bit of a slow consolidative phase here. We've seen the dollar try to push back up, negating that technical bearish breakdown. NVIDIA has broken down here. It looks like the downside target of 853 will likely be fulfilled. Qs have triggered a head and shoulders and battling the neckline as we speak. Bitcoin still remaining strong, chopping in a sideways range. Oil's pulled back a little bit. Nat gas had a small bounce off of the lows. But really the breakdown has come from NVIDIA and semiconductors. Microsoft pushing right back up. Apple trying to push up as well. But we'll see if it comes into the picture. Qs are trying to push back up. NVIDIA also getting a nice little push. All right, QQQ tried getting above the neckline, finding some rejection. Watch that closely, guys. Watch it closely.
This top really crap. A little soft. And that's been a week. And that's been a month so far for me. It took me a second to get that in. Yeah. Damn. Team English Wolves is making up ground here. We were in third place by a couple percent. Bull Market Mellow. Is he in the crowd? Oh, he is in the crowd. Me and Bull Market Mellow missed part the end. Just roasting at him.
Oh, you're somebody else. Dang, we're tied with you guys.
Oh, yeah.
72.4%. Oh, yeah.
Tesla's making a range break to the upside, so Tesla's looking like it's poised to continue a little bit higher here.
You looking for a back-to-back season?
Back-to-back.
State Warriors 2016-17? Wow. I'm sorry, is that 17-18? I don't remember.
Oh, fake that. Can't even give off the number references.
Not this. I like the Warriors. Not a Warriors fan. I like them.
Did the Ravens make any plays signing so far for that?
No, not yet. 2 running backs are going to go. The Ravens already spent all their money. They signed Justin Adeleke at $100 million contract for 4 years.
Patrick Queen is agreeing to the Seahawks.
No way, really?
Yeah.
Oh,
Nope. It's a big chapter.
I was gonna say that is totally not true. He ain't going there. He's probably gonna go to maybe he is. I don't know. I thought that he was gonna go to the Texans.
I got fake chapter bombs.
Big Shefty. Dude, did you see Antonio Brown was actually correct? He was the first one to announce the rusting.
Oh, really?
Dude, literally, he has an account called CTESPN, and like 3 days ago, he tweeted that Russ was signing a 1-year contract with the Steelers. All right, I'm making one on Tesla right here.
I'm not gonna.
I just made one on
You guys should look at mine and Mike's for me and Mike running like the opposite side of the end of that.
Yeah, go figure. All right,
So far, it's like your favorite.
So far, putting one here on Tesla as well.
Tesla's strong today. We were talking on Friday how it market down, Tesla down, market up, Tesla down. It's bucking that trend.
All right, Tesla prediction is going up right now. I'm 2 for 2 so far today. I just posted this one. It's the last on my timeline. You can go right to my profile and see the target level for 30 minutes. So if you're going to see it, I would suggest doing it now because it's not going to matter in 30 minutes. Any pins to the top of the space, I encourage you. We're going to be doing a bunch throughout the hour. Also, make your own predictions, of course. Share them with us, tag us. We're happy to see yours, get some insights and direction. But ours are going up into the top of the nest right now. I encourage you to check them out. And I'm hoping that this doesn't look in, so I can go 3 for 3 so far today.
Sir, I just threw one out on Microsoft too. The next 30 minutes, that's on top. I'm not cool to see the prediction, but I'm just waiting just a little bit longer to see what happens. It's just moving that good. I'd love to get this prediction, but just this move, no. I don't know. It's nice to see Apple have a good day though. So that one day of market down, Apple up wasn't just a one day thing. It's nice to see 2 days. Hopefully we do it again tomorrow.
Ooh, new Bitcoin all-time highs.
Last time you said that, Wolf.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, Wolf came on the space, said Bitcoin all-time highs are everything. Your shorts.
It is all-time highs here for some of the ETFs, though, which is interesting. They do look a little bit differently, but the VITB is all-time highs for here.
All right, so things have just gotten pretty slow here, guys. Q's just stuck in a range. Bitcoin's seeing a little bit of sell-side pressure. It's just been distributing. I still think there's a big move coming in crypto. Bitcoin, obviously, the big move has been to the upside today, but making new all-time highs, clearly convincing new all-time highs. But remember that previous high pivot is sitting at 69K all the way down here. And then I do have a couple wicks support at 70,000, just above 70,000.
Expensive compared to what they can make on it. It's not cost, it's the yield. The yield goes down. Yield that's cool. Right, but the cost goes, I mean, that's what I meant, right? The cost stays the same, but the yield goes down, right? Let's just say, yeah, okay. Well, let me say it better. But they're literally just yeah.
After signing Josh Jacobs. Oh, really?
Yeah.
There's AJ Dillon. It's not getting into the contract thing.
He was at the Raiders, right?
Yeah, they didn't release Aaron Jones yet. You sure about that?
Apparently just keep runs on sleeper. Apparently just move out the trade.
Tony Pollard to the Texans. DeAndre Swift to Chicago.
It's running back kind of stuff.
Are there any stocks that you think we need teams that put the traded?
There's some
Who
stuff.
gets hacked and is spiking?
What'd you say?
The road could get tapped and spiky. I said there's some soccer teams that probably have the most. Yeah, Manchester United has rates actually.
I also bought a bit of BITI. Nice. I think you'll be okay there.
Club America, the team-based business, they IPO'd about 2 weeks ago. They shot up like crazy when they IPO'd. They're raising money for stadium renovations before the World Cup as well.
4 years ago today, COVID-19 was officially a thing.
It's wild. Does anybody else feel like there's like a whole of like 2 years of time that just like we just phased through?
I was on space the whole time.
Sorry.
Shout out Moderna though. It's taking the University very seriously.
Still have the news of starting trials with cancer vaccine.
Okay, that's it. Let's get some more predictions in here. We got Shy. How do you feeling on TNA? Up or down?
I mean, TNA is going strong today. I got some prediction. I'm about to make a prediction right now on AMD. Hopefully this is the right one. I've had so many false starts today. I totally thought, as everyone knows, like this market, like never has a big red day. Long day always kind of some gap that fill, but there's always a bounce back in green day. So I thought today would happen. Early part of the session, we saw the bounce, but it seemed to keep back down. So right now, I'm about to make an AMD prediction, also a meta prediction, because to give you a little hint about a meta prediction, nothing about the news today was from your fundamentals. So I think this is actually an opportunity today, and just a bunch of noise. So that's a hint that I'm going to be dropping something on meta and where that direction is going to be.
Okay, very nice. Reminder, if you're not in, you can see all of our predictions that we're dropping. One of the most powerful indicators out there right now. If you look at the actual numbers, and you can see exactly who's good, because think about it. If you're on Twitter and you're short your timeline, how many people see this losses? Week 1, 2, and histogram, everything is mutable. It is tracked on there. You're getting accuracy scores. You do not believe anything. You gotta own it and prove it. So I do recommend jumping in and seeing if you're gonna do it. Jump right in and just go to the news. Look at some of these people. This guy in the last week, right, Nick the Great, is batting 90%. 90% on their predictions. English probably for some notifications on, right? And my guy Bill Marcanello batting 80% on over 200 predictions. So some people are really killing.
Mara analysis, why it's not moving with Bitcoin. That's a little bit of a doozy, Mara. I think it's probably due to their pricing structure. A lot of people are probably fearing that when the halving approaches, Mara could their costs could go up substantially, and maybe they're not insulated and well positioned for the increase in the difficulty of the oh my goodness, my memory's escaping me, but the difficulty in solving the block equations. Maybe they're not positioned, and maybe that there's some excess expenses that they're going to be running into as opposed to other miners. So I mean, when the halving happens, right, it increases that block difficulty by a great degree, and typically that's where you see a lot of miners actually go insolvent or consolidated, get bought out, taken over, having to sell. So it does eliminate a lot of those miners. So it's probably something to do with their costs. That's the only thing, that's the only logical reasoning. The other explanation that has slipped my mind is they could have a shelf offering coming. You know, they say insiders always know, people always know ahead of the crowd. So maybe they are going to be doing a shelf offering where they dilute their shareholders for more hardware. I don't know, but it's certainly not a sign of strength when a stock is underperforming and crypto's at all-time highs. So not a good sign for Mara. I mean, you look at MSTR, that's performing well. You look at Coinbase, that's performing well. Pretty much every other stock that's tied to crypto is performing well. And then you look at Mara, Mara's just getting sold into.
Interested when I see a lot of people predicting the same direction. That's happening right now.
But it's probably something to do with their costs. That's the only thing that I could really think has a valid reason to underpin its price in such a weak position here.
Also a lot for SPY. A lot of SPY predictions as well. Those are a little bit more mixed though. Those are more mixed, so that would be interesting to see who's predicting there too.
Alright, I'm dropping a prediction real quick before I do that. Apparently GoDaddy, the original name was supposed to be Big Daddy. Not sure where that one came from, or if that's much better. And then apparently Big
Yeah.
Daddy was already taken, so they switched it to GoDaddy. Alright, I just made a video prediction. I'm gonna throw that up on the timeline. Just a second.
But if we look at Mara, it's just putting in a bear flag on the daily chart now, forming a nasty bear flag. Let me just clean this chart up.
Let's see who else is making some up here.
Yeah, I just made it NVDA.
Yeah, I threw that Tesla one in. I got a few other Tesla predictions that I threw out.
So you have a lot of support here at that EMA 113.
That Microsoft one for 30 minutes.
I just slashed Microsoft too.
Oh, let's go. Very nice. I don't even know if I did it yet. Let me see. I need 404.97.
Bitcoin's starting to break down, guys. I'm still holding that BITI. Bitcoin is starting to break down. Dollar trying to push higher here.
Video prediction, you can see is my last tweet that I put up, and I just put it in the top of the space. It's the last one pinned up there. Obviously, video, big time.
Bigger down move coming into crypto, guys. We are long and strong BITI. Come on, BITI. Let's see what type of action we can get here. Give us a breakdown, crypto. Give us a breakdown.
Yeah, we've just redesigned our watch list dashboard.
And so you're hitting this pivot to this pivot.
You'll see that we have a separate tab now just for predictions. A lot of people are asking if they could just go to that page directly, and so that's a good one. And then the dashboard is still separate, so you can see the consensus bands, that people call them predictor bands, for all of the watch list stocks.
But I wouldn't touch Mara. Something's broken in it. Something's broken, at least not on the long side. You know, imagine crypto does start to fall, and it will fall. It'll have a big correction price. So imagine if crypto starts to fall, how impactful that's going to be on Mara. You know, it can't even catch a bid when Bitcoin's at all-time highs. Crypto's running across the board.
It should be. 80% of the time it will bounce back up.
Paul's saying, did I hear you correctly? Do you use a 113 period EMA on the daily time frame? If so, do you use that on all symbols or just specific ones? Good question, Paul. I use the EMA 113 on all of my charts. All of my charts. The moving averages I use, I don't really show too many moving averages that much on these screens. I try to keep it clean, but you know, just for the stream purposes, it gets messy when I start drawing trend lines and you have moving averages crossing up and down and all over the place. So for the stream simplicity, I just keep one on, which I think is one of the more important ones, the EMA 113. You can see on Mara here, you're sitting right on the 4 hour. So I like to use that across all different time frames. But on my other screens, I have the 3-day simple MA, I have the 7, I have the 20, I have the 50, and I have the 100 and the 200. So I have about 7 or 8 other moving averages I use across different time frames. Hopefully that helps you.
Also, trade grams continue to do well. We're tracking people posting their trades. If you don't have access to that and you're an active predictor on Predictogram, just request access for that. It's free for now. But that's a really exciting feature as well.
Tesla looking strong. Looks like it wants to push higher. Microsoft curling down, Google curling down. Apple just stuck in a sideways choppy range. Meta's trying to break out higher here. Let me just correctly fix this chart. Go into the chart. You can see the Qs have firmed up, but back above that neckline as we speak. So therefore, this little neckline has been negated. You now have to change it to this lower neckline. Therefore, that little downside target pattern has to be changed. Again, you still could be just forming a right shoulder. Taking a look at NVIDIA, NVIDIA is moving back up to retest its previous little breakdown zone. You have resistance here with this low pivot, which you're trading into right now, but really I like the wedge, the upper wedge a little bit better if you're looking for shorts. But NVIDIA has moved up, which is why the Qs negated that neckline. Yeah. What's everyone else's take on Mara? Why is it underperforming so much? What's lurking beneath the surface of Marathon Digital? It's interesting. Dollar still pushing higher. Dollar still pushing higher.
$10 billion AUM. Never looked at it.
Has a little bit of AUM in there, some could say. Expense ratio 0.15%. Gosh, Apple's just not doing much. Microsoft. This is a big box today.
Markets are just stuck in a range ahead of CPI. Stuck in a range. Oh.
I don't know. It's been a tough day. Yeah. I feel like, I don't know, if you're beating yourself up a whole bunch because of some poor trades you took today, like, just give yourself a break, you know? It's a hard day to trade. It's a dead day. I mean, I used to get a few good trades in, but it's a dead day. Even if it's predictions. Yeah.
You got to do the 2 hour prediction and just chop.
Markets are so slow. I'm literally just doing a little workout here by the computer. Lifting some weights. Got some dumbbells here. Nothing that I'm worth seeing, even trading at the moment. There's really no momentum. No momentum to the upside, no momentum to the downside. Jeepers. VIX is now negative. UVXY down 2.16. VIX is still currently up 3.12. Yields are still up. 2-year yield outperforming.
There might be two players in that space, but it's not something that specific niche within that industry does not get me excited.
Oracle has been a good one today, though, in terms of intraday price action. I talked about it as one of the setups in the newsletter over the weekend, and for that pre-earnings run up, it's getting a nice move today.
Interesting for the earnings to see what they have to say. Yeah.
I mean, aside from earnings, just technical analysis, I love the weekly chart. I love the daily. It's looking constructive, like higher lows. But of course, earnings can ruin all the fun with that. So, but if that wasn't coming, I'd be holding on.
Bitcoin making another move higher here.
Yes.
Defensive end.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
think he's one of those guys who like didn't headlock when he did play.
Bitcoin is trying to break out and put in a new high of day, new all-time high.
$51 million deal, 3 years.
Yeah, from an undrafted.
So just unbelievable, unwavering strength in crypto, continuing to soar and roar.
50% of that you may never get.
Yeah. What are you guys expecting for CPI tomorrow?
I have no idea. I mean, I think part of me would love to see a hot number and get this market to do some serious selling, but it was hot last month and the market went all the way back up, so I don't think the market really cares one way or the other.
I don't know. You think 2 hot months in a row? I mean, it seems like people are already dialing back rate cut expectations for the year. We were expecting 3 or 4. Now I'm hearing people say 2.
I'm still hearing 3 for most, but I mean, I don't know. Yeah, this market just doesn't seem to care about much of anything other than the semis, right? So as long as NVIDIA holds in there,
Yeah, like 55% for June now. Last week it was like 45%, I think.
It's actually 60% now.
Oh, shit.
I think we'll flip in that viewpoint. But I saw the Wall Street expectation was 3.1% for rate of Fed, and I think forward was 3.7 maybe, which would be down 2 basis points, or 0.2%. I'm gonna, if I ever say basis points, just hit me. I'm one of those. I'm just gonna say percentages.
I just ran an end of day prediction on NVIDIA today in the chat. So NVIDIA.
Let's see, should I in the same direction or different directions, mate?
Somebody just slapped over 1 million
Different direction, Evan.
Oh, a little competition we got coming here. Not fully. Yours is a little bit more of a range, although for mine to hit, yours has to not. Ooh, okay.
here's a cheap bet for CPI tomorrow. QQQ March 13th, 413 puts at 2.5 cents, 5,200 over.
What strike did you say?
413. Somebody expecting a bad number.
Wild move. Holy shit.
Yeah.
That is.
Yeah. That's just a hedge, probably. A very cheap hedge. Yeah, somebody, I forget who it was, but somebody posted about a video with this, that a bunch of in-the-money calls were sold on Friday that drove it down. But they didn't look at the calls that were bought. It was actually a roll. People, it's interesting. There were a bunch of the May 720 calls were sold. They closed them, but they bought equal amounts of the June 820s. So, a lot of people sometimes forget to look at everything going on with the name and just want to blame something for that event. NVIDIA was just stupidly extended, and I mean incredibly stupidly as we went into Friday on that high there.
Yeah, but are you surprised it didn't touch the psychological 1,000 level? It was so close. I think a lot of traders thought at 940, 950, and that was going to get that extra $50 juice.
Yeah, it still might, right? And it still might. I think people have unrealistic expectations sometimes. They're so used to this. I mean, names like NVIDIA aren't supposed to trade like they're currently trading, but they are, right? So it is what it is. You trade it, but it's just dangerous. Kind of like coin, another one that's just really dangerous up here.
Yeah, I think everyone's scared to touch anything as crypto for any kind of top signal. It's like petrified. Same thing with semiconductors as of last week. Like, nobody wanted to get ahead of that kind of freight train.
Yeah. I'm looking for a prediction here, guys, but it's tough. This market doesn't want to move. Got 2 out there. They're both just sitting there.
I know, it's really tough.
Going nowhere.
Yeah, I've made a few today, but not as hot and heavy on it for sure. SPY's just, we keep making higher highs and higher lows. It's just, it takes forever,
Seeing some aggressive AMD predictions coming in right in fresh.
Gotcha.
And again, for those who are not members of Predictogram, it just takes a few minutes, actually a few seconds to sign up. It's free. So go ahead and sign up, and you'll get free access to all of these great features. We also have, you can earn XP and extra rewards by making predictions. And if you have a daily streak, maintain your daily streak of predictions where you do at least one prediction every day. We actually have multipliers on the XP. So it's a nice little reward for making your contributions to the community, because without your predictions, we couldn't be able to provide these great indicators to everybody. So take good use of them yourself, but also remember to contribute as well.
Cousins just signed with the Falcons.
Yeah, I saw that one coming this morning.
By the way, I'm at a 58-day prediction. Just saying, 58-day streak. So good luck catching up.
Wow, that's a nice one.
Very nice. Very nice.
Very nice. I never do the kind of range predictions on where you think it's going to get to, but this might be the day for it. I don't know.
Throwing a few.
I'm sticking by what I have, though.
It's gonna come out of nowhere, like that volume. So that's why like the longer ones are probably be the way to go over the 30-minute ones today.
Yeah, we were talking before that. It feels like this box is going to... So someone asked me the exact question was... I think the question to ask is, why are they trading like this? Can we bring that up? I don't know fully what they're talking about. I assume why like the market's just kind of trading this box. And it's the CPI tomorrow, right? That's what we think.
Oh, it's CPI. It's options expiration for this month, so they're proving them out. There's the rebalance on Friday on the SPY. SMCI rejoining. There's just a ton, crap load of stuff going on this week. And so, yeah, the market's content to sit here and do nothing on, 36 million shares so far? Not much.
I mean, you're right. It's anemic volume today.
I feel like every day we've said recently how low the volume is whenever we're around these spaces. Is this just a low volume?
No, you're absolutely right, dude. Last month has been like very low volume, but today's like the first back-to-back. I know it's slightly rough, but it's still like, I want to say it's character changing, but it is a unique instance where like we finally have 2 straight red days, so it might just give a lot of people pause to get in front of like the market before CPI prints tomorrow.
And when you say red, I mean barely red.
I know. I hate saying like, oh, it's like it's surprising there wasn't that much of a bounce this morning.
It is a little bit close. We're seeing Apple, Tesla, and Google up, and Meta, NVDA, Amazon, and Microsoft down. So it's literally the opposite of what happened.
Yeah, that's what happened. I just looked at the total volume like on SPY. The last 3 Mondays have been the lowest volume. And that's, when these spaces are happening.
Weird.
So it's definitely Evan's fault.
Probably.
All right, guys, this market is just absolutely stale as can be. I think the market makers are content just holding it in a range here. Not too much more buying, not too much more selling occurring at this point. Still obviously an hour and a half left of trading, so we could get a bigger directional move, but we're certainly coiling. Whether or not they break us out ahead of CPI or break us down, it really ceases to remain yet. I'm just going to erase some of these trend lines here.
No, man, I'm sitting and waiting. Literally all the predictions are made are just kind of going sideways. Up, down, down, up, down, up, down. That's literally just what's happening here. We'll see. We were talking maybe we get out of this box at the end of the day and we get a big volume push in that last hour, but
Walmart new high day.
oh, Walmart's not participating in the downside. Nice to see. And Bitcoin might have touched new all-time highs up there. Might have just been a little below it, but
Just missed it.
back in the 60s.
Just below the week from 11 something this morning, 135.
I need ETH to start passing. ETH might have did move a little bit better than
it just had a giant again. It had a big pop about 15 minutes ago. Yep, SPY's trying. Just keeps trying.
All right, I'm throwing in one on Microsoft here for prediction. An hour from now.
Yeah, I had one in on Microsoft. Let's see if it hit. I think it hit by now. Let's see. Oh, I'm close. I'm right there. 490. Oh no, we're right there. We hit it.
I might be a little early on my Microsoft vote. I've got about 10 minutes left on it, and I needed to get up about 50 cents higher.
I wonder what kind of money Kirk Cousins got.
4 years is wild.
Wait, they gave Kirk 4 years?
Yep.
Yeah.
Damn, I thought it was giving 2.
It's because Stafford won a Super Bowl like at the same age with that similar contract in free agency 2 years ago. I think they're hoping for slightly the same, which is unfair. Completely different quarterbacks. One has an arm, one has a very below average arm.
Adam Schefter just tweeted that.
All right, so we're seeing the Dixie is actually trying to make a big move here to the high side. So the one thing that's not stuck in a range is the Dixie. The Dixie's actually been curling up here since we kind of hit that low shoulder. We actually had a little bit of a fake breakdown. It appeared they were trying to put in a little bit of an M-top head and shoulders breakdown. And you can see the Dixie actually has pushed back up to the highs of the session. So let's see if that's showing us that people are still moving a little bit more defensively ahead of CPI. Typically, the dollar catches a money flow rotation when CPI and inflation starts to come in hotter. But a nice bull flag on the 10-minute chart. Let's see if we break this. I don't think we're going to break it into the end of the day, but obviously if we do break this flag pattern, then it does suggest maybe a little bit of a hotter expected CPI print. Dollar is showing some signs of accumulation and momentum to the upside. So we're going to watch that very, very closely. Obviously, if the dollar is moving up here, and testing the highs of the session, there's a scenario where the indices can come back down to the lows. So I'm watching to see if that correlation plays out into the end of the power hour here. But a nice move in the dollar, really a big, big, big rally, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80 minutes of consecutive upside in the DXY. And the markets have just been range bound, stuck in a sideways range. We are seeing a little bit of consolidation coming into the picture. Just some minor consolidation. But that Dixie's looking very strong still. Trying to push for almost a new high of day. Bitcoin's starting to sell off again. We've been stuck in our BITI long all day. Really haven't made a big directional move one way or another. Probably should have taken profits at the open off of this dip. Would have had a nice 1,000. But again, I still think that there's more juice to squeeze from a short on Bitcoin and the crypto market entirely. And we are seeing Bitcoin's seeing a little bit more heavier selling as we speak. So let's see if we start to get some downside here. That would be helpful.
In general, yeah.
Well, I mean, the dollar's down big in the last 4 sessions, and the SPY is not moving up.
It was up big in the last, while the dollar was going down.
Yeah, for one day. But yeah, I agree. I mean, I don't know. I just don't think it's as correlated as it was back last year when it was moving tick for tick with it.
Dixie's still strong.
Not tick for tick, but
it definitely changes. There's different. There's like it's like seasonal.
yeah, like when the dollar is when the dollar's over 104, the correlation is really tight.
Yeah,
and below that.
It still helped me this morning though. Like that, dude, that helped me with my SPY trade this morning. That's the only reason I was willing to try and bottom tick SPY this morning is because we were pushing right into that Friday high on Dixie, and that's kind of where I don't know.
Google, Microsoft, Tesla, NVDA all curling down.
Yeah, we're pushing right into that resistance right now. Dixie's kind of ripping, but from this morning, saw some decent rejection out of
Dixie is trying to push higher here still, looking for a new high of day on the dollar. Dollar is looking for a new high of day. Indices really aren't responding yet, so that's kind of interesting. I still see the Qs retesting this lower trend line again.
And like Dixie's kind of ripping right now.
Big push in the DXY. Is the VIX spiking with it? Not really. Gold just went negative, guys, so this is kind of a little bit of a real believable move in the dollar market. Oil's pushing up.
And the dollar both going. The yield.
Yeah.
Not the bond, but the yield.
Still range bound in the markets. Very much range bound.
Chop, 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 guys. Oh my god.
Oxy's pretty good. XLM is ripping. I mean, the daily is looking good. Oxy's just been consolidating. Looks like it wants the next leg up to me.
Numbers are in that gap.
USO.
Yes, no, it's really good.
I hate the way USO trades. I like to watch it, but I hate the comments. Aggravates me.
Oh God, what a day on Summer Shake. SOB for the win.
Schnumberger. She's flying.
Microsoft trying to push back up.
Same spot.
She's such a crazy trader too. She makes her move all just a couple days.
Bro, can you imagine the chain they're gonna have Coco chains wearing up in Atlanta? It's gonna be next level.
XOP was down 1% earlier today. Now it's up 3.
I feel like we could actually go along with SOB right now.
That NVDA post that I put up, the last one that's last post on my page, really good. If you haven't checked it out, you're in the audience. Definitely recommend it.
I would rather get a full back on SOB. Jesus. What a ripper. I didn't see that break over 51.
Honestly, I was watching the XLA today. I didn't think anything was really moving over there. I didn't realize these were going like this.
That's OIH, yeah. Soy services. I mean, so I went, I rarely trade options on some players like NEM, but today I did. And I own SLB also. And I was watching it base around 48, picking it up.
Dixie going for that new high of day, guys.
It's a clean break today.
And indices really haven't reacted yet. Russell's starting to curl down. Russell is starting to curl down.
But I mean, there's multiple gaps. There's gaps all the way to 58, really, 57.
Google's had a day, man. I picked up some shares earlier. Couple.
Ash.
This weekly dip.
Have we seen a lot of people predicting on Palantir since that got added?
Do people really? I don't know.
Let me take a look. I just threw it in.
I did one today. First time.
Yeah, that was my first one at Palantir.
Is baby
I keep forgetting about it.
I'm at the Monday we trade for HQ.
We're seeing quite a few actually for Palantir. Actually, a bunch of Tesla predictions just came in. A lot of Tesla predictions coming in right now.
Apple curling up, helping the Qs. Microsoft sideways chop. Meta curling down. Tesla curling down. Amazon curling up. NVIDIA just sideways trying to curl up. Dollar taking a small little breather here. And right away you can see the Qs with a nice green candle. So dollar down, Qs are trying to push up. Again, what's interesting is the dollar had that huge reversal off this level, and really the markets didn't react, just range bound.
A big part of it is predictogram, because I can sit here and after I make my money, I can just sit here and make these predictions and not have to worry about risking my own money, and you still get a little something out of it. You know what I mean? Especially like helping the team or trying to get the team to win, right? All that's a lot of fun. So I don't know. For me, it just scratches that itch. Of course, paper trading does too, but I feel like predictogram, you get on the team, you get like there's a possibility to win some money with taking no risk. So I don't know.
trade again. I generally give it back, and I'd rather just try and shoot my shot on the green screen. So I definitely recommend people do the same, especially if you struggle with overtrading. Like, there's some people that take plenty of trades throughout the day, and they're really good with that. And I applaud those people because I'm just not good at it. So if you're more like me, and you're like, I find myself giving back my money throughout the end of the day a lot of the time, then do your stuff in the morning, make that money in the morning.
So as we enter power hour, which is 17 minutes away, you have the VIX that went negative, dollars up by 0.1, Russell's down by 0.7, SPY's almost back to the green side, just down by 40 cents on the session. Qs are down by $1.17, which is 0.27%. The SOXX is down 1.44%, Apple up 1.19%, NVDA down 1.3%, Microsoft down 0.3%, AMD down 4%, SMCI down 4.5%, Tesla up 1.93%, AVGO down 1.44%, Bitcoin up 4.78%, Natgas down 2.47%, strength in China stocks, strength in some crypto stocks, excluding Mara, Amazon down 1.6%, Google up 2.3%, Meta down a whopping 3.79%, Netflix slightly negative, down 0.08%, Eli Lilly down 3.5% on LLY, an important healthcare name. That one's been a leader as well. Carvana down 8%, Enphase slightly negative, TXN slightly green. Intel diverging from the semis, holding positive gains, up 76 cents a share, up 1.73%. Boeing down another 3.22%. JP Morgan slightly negative. Square up 1, Rivian up 2.2, XPEV up 6.8, NEO up 7.16.
Hey, can we get an applause for just being on stage the other day? I saw this video talking up there. Come on, baby, with the presentation and everything.
We actually have the whole thing recorded too on YouTube.
Amazon, Apple, Microsoft, Google, everything's curling to the high side here with this green stick on the Qs. Everything is curling up. Except for Tesla. Tesla's not curling up. Big push in the markets coming. We're trying to break out of this little bit of a bearish range that we've been chopping in really all day. So Microsoft's trying to go positive on the session. Regional banks are still negative on the session. XRP Ripple up 20%. Massive move on Ripple. XBI down 1.7. Palo Alto's up today, 1.75%. SPY's almost green, guys. SPY is almost green. Bitcoin's even trying to get a pop here. Total crypto market cap is 2.639 trillion. Trading on a weekly RSI, 91.66 RSI on the weekly chart. 91.66 weekly RSI. Pretty substantial high. Which does suggest a big pullback is coming, and then we make new all-time highs. So typically when you hit this RSI, you get a decent sized pullback, and then the markets and crypto markets reset and push for all-time highs.
And they're improving. You can just see that they're just getting better and better and better at calling the market. So I would say if you're looking for a really fun way to actually learn and get better at predicting the market, get better at making moves, and identifying moves and identifying when to go long, when to go short, there's really no better fun way to do that. So I would definitely recommend for people to try to make a lot of predictions and really think about it. Don't just say, "Oh, I'm going to make it's time to make a prediction." No, think about, hey, follow the market, and I think something's going to happen now. As if I'm going to make a trade, I'm going to go in and make a prediction. And that's really how you learn and how you you're making a commitment. You're putting it down on the website. And that's how you can track your performance. And it really takes thousands of times to get good at doing that and getting a feel of, oh man, I was wrong there. Why was I wrong? Or I was right there. Oh, man, I'm really getting a good feel for that. And I'll tell you, it's an incredibly valuable skill. And you don't want to be doing that with your own money. You really want to be doing it in a safe environment where you cannot lose money, where you can get good enough to where you can actually confidently trade. So that's what I would suggest for people, if for those who are not as experienced.
By the way, SPY is about to go green.
So big push in the indices there as the dollar fell. Last 15 minutes, Qs have got a nice push. SPY is pushing up to go green.
Yeah, I apologize. I just keep seeing these things. Yes, SPY looking good and moving to the upside right here. We're really not far from all-time highs, still about 7 months. But yeah, SPY sitting at 511.75. And I think you want to also get a little bit of a bounce to the upside. A reminder, if you're in Predictogram, you can use TNA to make predictions on IWM, which is triple leveraged. SPX just closed the gap fill. SPY's right at that break even before the close from Friday, and a double top on Qs.
Yeah, and TNA and therefore IWM just broke through EWAP, which is usually a pretty positive indicator.
Yep, just going to say our TNA prediction just hit. Surprisingly, Meta's not moving at all, though. It's stuck in that freaking leg. Weird. It's wild that Trump's comments can knock off 50 billion valuation.
It's funny. Everybody's like, it's a problem. I'm like, it's not a problem. He has a vested interest in beating up there because he has his own social media platform. He's still trying to get better. How long have we been waiting for PWAC now? For 2 years plus?
First contract is 180 million over 4 years, average of 45 million a year with 100 million a year.
Jeez, what a joke! Oh my god.
45 million a year.
How do you not trade that deal? Wow.
Sounds like the Falcons, right?
It's okay. I make more than that trading. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, dude. Yeah.
I make more than that trading on predicting, right? I win the weekly contest.
Yeah, right.
Trade grants, though. We're up 8. Yeah, no, as I mentioned before, it's been in private beta. So for those people who are making predictions, if you're on the leaderboard, ask for free access and start making some trades on there. It's again, just like predictions, we track your performance. It's one of those things where you can't really cherry pick like people do on Twitter. You see the good, the bad, the ugly there. So if you want to follow somebody, you can see how they're actually performing, what their average performance is for options versus average profit percentages for stocks, etc. So again, we're just trying to bring transparency to the whole quote unquote influencer / creator world of FinTech. And again, it's another great place to follow people who are really good, and you can really determine that objectively by just looking at our leaderboard and looking at people's stats.
So at the moment's Qs still haven't broken that high of day. You can see rejection has come. You did make a brief new high of day. SPY almost went into that positive territory. Got slightly rejected. There might be still one more run up on the SPY. It really depends on what the semiconductors do here.
Definitely would urge you to do that. And when you find people who you think are good and you're doing well on tickers that you like and that you follow, make sure you follow them and make sure you set up alerts so that you can get emails whenever they make a prediction, so you don't miss out on when they think there's a big move is going to happen.
Ash, you just made me think of an idea. Imagine we had like a trader of the month, and it's like a baseball card of the trader, and it's like their top ticker, their I don't know how many trades they made, and it's like a once a month type of thing where you guys pick like the top.
Seeing Coinbase starting to sell off a little bit more here. Might be foreshadowing some more weakness about to creep into Bitcoin crypto. The total crypto market cap is still very, very strong, holding up really, really well.
What do you think of that? Trader merch.
I'll wear a little baseball card hat or something.
Yeah, right? Yeah, you have your stats right there.
Have my stats in there. Yeah, I mean, 75% on my forehead.
You take your caviar rips off of it.
Yeah.
Put them on the tip of the hat.
Well, shout out Champion Vine for that. What do you
There you go.
was in New York? Caviar.
Real quick, I did put up my final prediction to make it the hour. We've got 6 minutes left. You guys are going to want to see this one. It is pinned up in the nest. Or you just go to my page. It's the last one that I posted to the page. So just getting one more in for myself this hour, but definitely been a fun hour.
I'm going to do one more as well for SPY, and I'm going to do it by 4 o'clock. I'm going to do a downside level. I'll let you know why. Because Rocket Scooter, most of you know what I'm talking about. We opened in a bear zone today. Bear zone ends at 511. We're outside of it. Generally, there's a very high chance that we close back in that bear zone by the end of the day since we opened in it. So I'm seeing if we get some rejection around that 512 and head down back below 511 by the end of the day. So I just threw that prediction in. I'll share it up top and it'll be on the time as well.
And by the way, we do have a trader of the day. So every day you follow us, follow our account, follow the Predictive One account on Twitter, X, and every day you'll see who our trader of the day is. We do a video highlight of their performance. You never know. Maybe you might be one of our featured traders.
I need like my mom, so you're like student as my son, the student of the month.
Yeah.
My son's trader of the day.
It's interesting. The IWM is not really moving up, but you have banks and energy moving. Typically, that would be rocket fuel for TNA.
Yeah, it keeps bouncing on and off VWAP, so it's trying to decide whether it wants to stay above it or not. I don't know. It feels like the market wants to go up right now, but we'll see.
Since the opening fall on the RTI futures, we've been in like a $5 range, was $6.
Yeah, it's actually worked well for me.
It's gotta be KRE specifically, not necessarily XLM. So the regionals are the 30% weight for IWM and IBB, so piece of it. For those two, if it's KRE and IBB specifically, then we'll have an IWM soft. The KRE is flat, and so is IBB. if those were going, it would be on.
Yeah, I actually been pretty lucky. I sold a strangle. Basically, sold naked puts and calls. I sold 36 puts in the 44 calls for next week's expiration. Did that a couple of weeks ago, and that's done very well. We're just basically making money as the options premium degrades, decays over time. Sometimes you can get burned right before volatility. I just closed them today actually because of the CPI. Didn't want to do too much of the volatility. That's another interesting strategy to consider.
Yeah, CPI tomorrow gonna be early.
Gold flipped back to the green side with the last 20 minutes selling the dollar. S&P still trying to push for the green side, but the Qs are really weighing on it. You're seeing Apple curling up, Bitcoin curling up, NVIDIA, Microsoft, Google, Meta all curling down.
This market's just waiting on CPI or something, so that or it's just going to go nuts at the last hour. We'll see.
Yeah, we generally get that little move last hour.
So, in back minutes here, I'm not picking up that power hour.
No worries.
This was a lot of fun, as always. I know it's a little bit of a slower market, but honestly, it was all the more reason to hop in here and check some of these out and make some money, make some predictions. Always a big thank you to Ash, Jordan, all the speakers that come on. Ash, you got any other thoughts you want to put out here today?
Just we actually had a ton of people sign up for the site just during this space, so welcome to all you new users. And I want to thank you all for checking out the site. And you've got some amazing predictors here at your disposal for free to be able to see what they're thinking in real time. If you're not taking advantage of it, realize there are thousands of other people who are, and you're betting against those people in the market. So make sure that you don't miss out on that free opportunity to see what people are doing in real time. I always look at it before I make a trade. And more often than not, I'm very happy that I did. So thank you to all who are continuing to contribute to the community. We really appreciate it.
Yeah, and if you are new, definitely take your time. It's a little bit of a learning process for different. So take your time when kind of learning. Don't get too frustrated with yourself. It's just fun. At the end of the day, too, it's just predictions. It's not like it's wrong.
Yep.
So have fun with it. Learn.
Yeah, check out the help button. Yeah, click on the question mark icon. It will show you how to do a lot of stuff. And a lot of stuff to do there.
Smash trade. Can we hit that 512? It's my hedge pressure from today. I'm wondering if we can hit that. I'm still thinking we closed under 511.
We filled that SPX gap rejection pretty hard. NQ and QQQ basically made a double top, and we held on real hard after that too. On the NQ futures, it's about a 40-point move down off of that high. Yo, Emperor Gore. So I messaged you, but then I saw that you did that like an hour ago, so thank you for that. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
That's the go.
It's the ghost. All right, Joe. Talk to you in a bit.
All right, QQQ's selling off here a little bit. We are in power hour at the moment, so it's the last hour of trading. You have Bitcoin trying to push higher, Meta, Google, Amazon curling down, NVIDIA curling down. Bigger breakdown coming into Tesla. So Tesla's seeing a much, much larger breakdown coming into the picture. Our members just took profits on an Abercrombie and Fitch short. We just covered our Abercrombie and Fitch short for a nice little gain. So congrats if you're able to take that with us, members. Another win in the 2024. We'll update the position list later. We are all out of Abercrombie and Fitch. So 2 swing trades, members, were closed today. 2 swing trades were closed today, members. Link for membership there, Samana. You can see it on my screen here, tradingcapital.ca. It's on all these charts. I think, yeah, I do, but it's a high short interest name, and its market cap is very small, so it can easily run up again. Typically when you have an all-time high sell-off with an extreme overbought RSI, I'll actually pull up the Abercrombie and Fitch chart. I'll pull it up so we can discuss it. So obviously this is your first sell-off from the all-time high price, right? First major breakdown in the RSI. Granted, on the weekly chart, you're still super elevated. I mean, this chart has just gone one way, right? Just gone one way. And you still have massive gains on the year or even since last year. But typically when you get your first high pivot sell-off and you start breaking that RSI momentum, believe it or not, but the first bounce off of the all-time high generally will take you to new highs. So if you're following that basis, ANF could get a bounce and actually push back to all-time highs. Now, is it going to get close above this heavy weekly reversal? That's a strong reversal engulfing candle on the weekly chart, but typically once you get that first pullback from an all-time high RSI and an all-time high in price, you do get a pretty ferocious bounce to the upside. So just keep that on watch. Keep that noted. But yeah, the chart is still super, super extended. Definitely is. All right, Bitcoin trying to push higher here. Let's flip back to the intraday QQQ chart. Sorry about all the lines. Q's initially had that big move up, little sell-off, still range bound. You have not broken officially out of the range. Oil's charging higher here. Dollar's trying to curl up. Indices are selling. Bitcoin going for a new high, a new all-time high. Let's see if it wants to push. Really, it's not even Bitcoin that's pushing right now. It's the altcoins just getting some sympathy. So I think that the Bitcoin is near a top. It's just altcoins are running, pushing up the total crypto market cap. So that's the real reason that Bitcoin's still seeing some flow of money into it. Bitcoin did just make a new high there, guys. Entering some double top resistance. Qs are starting to weaken just a little bit here, guys, just a little bit. Bitcoin pushing for a new all-time high there, guys. Bitcoin is pushing. What's interesting is you have Bitcoin pushing up, but Coinbase is falling into this. You would naturally expect Coinbase to be rallying with Bitcoin, but it's actually falling here despite Bitcoin pushing up. So a little bit of a divergence here. A little bit of a divergence. I think the speculation money is starting to say, hey, the upside momentum is probably limited here in crypto due to the fact of the massive run that we've had. Let's start trimming. So if the speculative money in the crypto stocks, they typically will lead the price action and give us intraday clues. It's common sense. Didn't pull the trigger on Google. Set my entry too high and it's been holding. Thinking of going long if it holds 138 with a small position before close. So you're risking a swing trade on Google. Google's been one of the strong horses, up 2.27% on the session. Let's pull up the Google chart. Google is holding bullish price action on the session. Obviously, it's had a big run up today. Looking at the hourly chart, just keep in mind, it's common sense, there is CPI tomorrow, right? So, I mean, anything can fall, anything can rally. But what I'm observing here on Google, let me add some of these. Yeah, you're putting a potential inverted head and shoulders on the hourly chart. So pretty much the opposite pattern of, say, Amazon. So, I mean, obviously, technically speaking, now you're above that neckline. So, therefore, this pattern is true. It is valid. You have a nice basing formation there, a little bit of a right shoulder. So that pattern is valid. It's an inverse head and shoulders accumulation pattern. Upside target should give us another, what are we looking at here? Another, 5.6% move to the upside. You know, obviously, the thing about this is you're heading into CPI tomorrow. So if markets tumble, this will gap down. If markets obviously push up, then you're gonna push. But I mean, it's a risk, right? CPI is a risk. If you're swinging anything into CPI, it's a big risk. Definitely a big risk. So, I mean, I'm not opposed to it. It's just I'm not going to do that because I'm leaning slightly more bearish on the overall equity market at this juncture. But I mean, no doubt, it is a potential bullish technical pattern. And if you have a positive print tomorrow, Google's going to rip for this gap, 143. QQQ seeing a little bit of sell side pressure. Just keep in mind also, if we look at the Qs, 30-minute chart. So even though Google's put in a bullish structure pattern, you know, let me show you on the NDX. It's a little bit cleaner as I don't have as many day trade lines. But if you look at the NDX chart here, we're actually formed this head and shoulders, right? And that's triggered. That's a clear trigger of the head and shoulders. So perhaps market makers are roping in bears at this point, and then they pump it up on a CPI print tomorrow. That could be a scenario. You know, the volume does suggest that that is a possible scenario, which is why we've taken a bit of profits on some of our shorts today as they come into the money. But definitely it's going to be an interesting report. So that head and shoulders on the 30-minute chart is triggered. And then one trend line I'm watching is obviously this longer dated trend line. So you can see the NDX is coming up into this trend line that goes all the way down to your October lows here. And you're hitting that pivot, and you're just tagging that trend line right now. So you can still see how elevated we are on the daily chart. Still very much elevated. And then the big trend line break today that's been observed on the NASDAQ. If you take a trend line from this low pivot, and you draw it through, you can see we're trading underneath that one. So it's going to be an interesting print tomorrow, right? Like we're technically breaking down on some time frames, shorter term time frames. And typically those shorter term time frames will eventually change into medium and then long term time frames. So the CPI tomorrow is going to be extremely important. Obviously it's always important, but it's really going to be important, being the fact that you've already triggered some potential bearish patterns. Thanks for joining, Samantha. I'll send you your welcome email. Just bear with me. All right, so we're seeing NVIDIA falling here. Samantha, I just sent you your welcome email, so you should have that in your inbox. If you have any questions, just let me know. Send me an email back. No problem, it's common sense. Boyle looking tempting? Yeah, it is. It is looking tempting. It's funny you mentioned that, Andre. I actually just bought a client some Boyle. Bitcoin's running here. Bitcoin is running, pushing up higher and higher into the new all-time highs. Perfect, Samantha. Big rejection there on Bitcoin, guys. Big rejection on Bitcoin. Let's flip back to the Qs. Tesla's weakening. NVIDIA is selling off really hard now along with Bitcoin. So here comes potentially a little bit of a sour hour in play, guys. I'm still holding this BITI short. But we are seeing the Qs testing that same neckline, that same head and shoulders neckline that we've revisited quite a few times is in play. That is in play. Members, our ENB call is about 4 cents away from getting in the money. So our Enbridge $36 call is about 4 cents away from getting in the money. It's looking like it will get in the money today. It's moving up nicely, even though the markets are moving down. So keep Enbridge on watch. I'm about to secure some profits on that $36 call, so just keep that on watch. I'll let you know if I take it. I do want to see it hit 36 though. And we got till the end of the week, so we're pretty good. Tesla, pretty much testing the low of day. Well, I should rephrase that. It's not testing the low day, but it's giving up a lot of its gains here. Tesla into the close. It's selling off pretty hard. All right, Enbridge is 3 cents away from getting in the money, guys. Qs are on the precipice of breaking down here. little bit of a failed breakout there on Bitcoin. Let's see if it surmounts to anything more. Again, a couple of the things that were telling us was Coinbase. Remember I said, why is Bitcoin rallying and Coinbase falling? Look at the big divergence still between coin falling there and Bitcoin had that big pump up and almost a little bit of an attempt to grab some excess liquidity. I still think Bitcoin will have a big dump at some point. Maybe it's this week, maybe it's next week, but I do think that we're going to see a big, probably 20-30% correction and then a push for new highs at some point. Like maybe even 85K. NVIDIA breaking down pretty much at the lows of the session, guys. NVIDIA breaking down. NVIDIA now down 2.5%, guys. 2.5% on the session. Nice job, Ram. You had a $35 call, so you already closed it. Beautiful, beautiful job. Yeah, you know what? It's pretty close for government work, guys. I'm going to close my ENB call here. That's the only thing I'm in right now. And I took 434 QQQ puts, but that was way earlier. It really hasn't done much for us. It's just kind of chopping down. So just been chopping in a range. We haven't made a big move up. We haven't made a big move down. It's just range bound since this 10:45 a.m. high. Just super, super box trading. Hey, Eric. Yeah, I'm already holding some socks. I did just trim a little bit today. Just some risk management, just paring it back. But I'm still holding a really large size. You have NVIDIA. It's had a nice pullback from the highs. You're breaching the 7-day moving average. You do have the Qs holding the 20-day moving average. So there is some support in the market. So, I mean, in reality, the indices could bounce. You are at the 20-day, but you still have a lot of overbought stocks in the semiconductor market. But again, they have been the hype, right? They've been the talk of the town. crypto's still strong, so that's putting an underlying bid in the semis, no matter if you think they're overbought or not. I think those stocks will also pull back if the market continues to fall. I think this initial pullback, and really you look at what stocks pulled back to Meta, right? Big communication stock. What stocks are running? Para, Fubo. What else did you mention? You mentioned Warner Bros. Or someone mentioned Warner Bros. I think earlier, but Warner Bros., Para, Disney. A lot of those communication-based stocks are rallying today because you're seeing that liquidity coming out of Meta. It's pushing right back into those communication stocks. So 4.3% down on Meta, and you're seeing a lot of that liquidity flying back into some of those smaller companies. So I think it's just an initial reaction where people don't want to leave the communications sector as a whole. They still think it's strong. It's still consolidating on the XLC. But if the market pulls back, those stocks should also get hit. I just think you're seeing a small rotation trade out of the overbought Meta into some of those other communication names. So we just closed our Enbridge $36 call for another little win on the session. Nice job, nice job. Update that. So nice little trades on the members here, pulling off and pairing back on some positions. Nice 17% gain on SMCI put. It's just a 6.5% trim on SOX, 8.5% on Abercrombie and Fitch, just over 14 on Enbridge. So nice little wins. Bitcoin breaking down here, guys. I'm going to hold my BITI day trade. Full disclosure, I do have a swing short on BITI, so I'm a little bit biased, but I'm seeing these crypto stocks break down. Coinbase is almost on a full round trip, and actually it has. It's gone negative. So when I start seeing the likes of, okay, Mara has been negative all day, down 10.5%. Now you've had Coinbase go negative, despite Bitcoin still ripping. A big dump in crypto is going to come. These crypto stocks are telling us that. Let's look at MSTR, because Bitcoin really hasn't even started to move yet to the downside. So these stocks are telling us that, you know what? The risk, even MSTR, look at this chart. Oh, man. All right, guys, I'm going to do a lotto play. I'm going to do a lotto play on MSTR. I'm looking at, let me just see here. Just want to see the put March 15th. Let's go with MSTR. I'm looking at $1,000 puts. Let me just see the chain. Just give me a sec here. Okay, put option. 1,000. Wow. All right, guys, I'm going to take $1,000 put on MSTR, expiring end of the week, March 15th. This is a high-risk lotto play. High-risk lotto play. $1,000 put, MSTR, expiring end of the week. Jesus, that would be insane. Oh my God. Guys, if those get in the money by the end of the week, it's a 32,000 potential max return. Jesus Christ. That's insane. Now, do I have the balls to hold it that long? Probably not, no. All right, let's flip back to the Qs. Let's just look what the Qs are doing. Qs are still just chugging at that little neckline. Ram's asking how we should plan our tomorrow, where we should be concentrated, or where we should be concentrating on. It's a tough question, Ram. It's a tough question. I wish I had the CPI results for you guys ahead of time. But just based off of my initial looks, you have yields up across all of the curve right now. Gold and silver are still up. You have all indices down, which are showing profit taking. Semiconductors are still weak. Crypto is still really, really strong. Oil made a red to green reversal. I still think that energy on the long side is probably still a favored sector. The two strongest sectors today ahead of CPI are energy, XLE, and materials, XLB. So I still think focus can be on energy. And those EMB $36 calls did go in the money, guys. Nice job, members, on that trade. But yeah, I think that that we can focus on energy tomorrow. I think energy is kind of going to be immune unless you have a massive, 1% surge in the dollar candle. That could hurt oil, but I think oil remains bullish. I think focus on that area right now. You can see that it had a big dip today and then it got gobbled right back up, putting in a nice hourly bullish consolidation pattern. So oil looks still okay to push higher here. You might get a little bit of a technical bounce in some of the Qs. You still could focus on Apple. Apple's still relatively more oversold compared to the market, although it did gap up today. So it leaves it potentially vulnerable coming down and filling that gap. I personally wouldn't touch Meta. I wouldn't touch Amazon. I'd stay away from those. Amazon's triggered some bearish price action. Tesla's still technically a little bit more oversold compared to, say, the broad market. So that one you could try to bottom pick. But really, it's the area of focus will change based off of that data. It's hard to give you a definitive answer right now. It's very, very difficult to give you that definitive answer. I think small caps weak are telling us that, this might be a hotter number as well as risk appetite wanes. If the number comes in poorly, I think small caps will get hit pretty hard. Notice how the Qs are now hitting daily chart support at the 20 moving average. Well, small caps are trading, the IWM is trading at 205.13. The daily 20 is all the way at 202.48. So, if you have a big negative print that spikes yields in the dollar, you could easily see small caps down another 1.2%, even potentially about 1.9% to your gap fill. So I'd probably look to pick on small caps tomorrow if the print comes in back poorly. If it comes in, better than expected and the dollar and yield soften, I like energy and semis on the long side. But it's really going to be data dependent. And you can see the dollar almost putting in this little bit of an inverted head and shoulders on the 5-minute chart. You're trying to carve out this potential right shoulder here. So you have your, let me just draw this in. You have the basis of a left shoulder here. You have your head. And now you could be forming a right shoulder on the Dixie. Needs to start to curl up now. So if this pattern comes into fruition, that's also market participants telling us that, this number might come in a little bit worse than expected, or maybe the reaction is negative. But I think some of the sectors that will be a little bit more immune are going to be your energy and your staples sector. Staples have seen a nice flow of money. I still like names like Clorox, Procter & Gamble. Those ones are putting in well. Google curling under 138. Yep, it is curling under 138. Trading below 138 as we speak. You know, a name like Intel that's holding up extremely well when semis are getting hit today is potentially a long name to watch. I'll just make a short list of some of those names that have performed extremely well today and keep those on watch because those will likely carry more upside into tomorrow if the print comes in okay. I still think one of the most overbought sectors of the market right now is the crypto market. So I like shorts pretty much regardless of the outcome. I like shorts on that sector. Even if the dollar falls here, I still think Bitcoin can also retrace, at least 15-20% of its move. Datadog started red, turned green. That's good. That's a good observation. Yeah, so stocks like that go from red to green are very bullish, especially when liquidity is flowing out of the market today. Very, very bullish to see. You had oil also make a red to green reversal. So that's another one. We're finally up on our Bitcoin day trade. Average on BITI 732 for the day trade. I'm going to hold this one. I'm liking the negative price action in crypto stocks. Coinbase now down 0.8%. MSTR still holding gains of 6.7, but you look around, Mara down 11.9. Coin's gone negative despite crypto still holding firm. So something big is coming in crypto. Something big. Qs are still teetering on the brink of that little neckline there. BITI, Ram, your average is 846. Let's take a look at that. Just give me 1 second. Just give me 1 second, Ram. I'll take a look at that in a second. I think that's right along where my swing average is, to be honest. With the add today, let me just see. Yeah, so that's where my average is sitting as well with the swing. And I'm still holding a day. So if we look at BITI, it's been bludgeoned. But again, Bitcoin's still trading at all-time highs. Yeah, so I'm expecting a 20 to 30% dip in crypto, actually, like Bitcoin itself. So I mean, 846 average, about 14. I still think BITI is probably going to retest $10, but really have to do our basis on what Bitcoin is doing. I think you're still okay. I mean, look at Bitcoin. It hasn't really seen a pullback yet. And that weekly RSI into the 90s is pretty extended. Really extended. Not pretty extended, really extended. So if we remove all this and just look at this from a technical standpoint, Bitcoin obviously back above its previous all-time high pivot. Typically this is the run we get before the halving, and then you get a big sell-off before the halving, and then the real bigger run starts. So we're above that 69K threshold. Even if you were to just draw a simple fib retrace, from this low to the high, you know, a 50% retrace takes you back to about 55K, right around here. I think that's a feasible target. If you look at the grand move from this low now, 50% retrace takes you back to 49K. But again, where I see Bitcoin retesting is right back down to here, 50K. This low channel. It's a slight upsloping channel, but I see Bitcoin retesting. How I have it mapped out is for Bitcoin to actually pull back down all the way to about this low 50,000s. And then I do think we get a big push up into that 85, potential 90,000 level. So I mean, if we pull back from current levels to the top of this channel, it's about a 20, almost a 30% decline, about a 28, 29% decline. If you just draw a fib retrace from this low to our current high, can see that 382 sits at 51,000. But I like to actually just do the fib retrace from this little move, from this low pivot move here. And you can see that 50% retrace sits at 49K. You know, I think we're in this scenario here. This is, I think, where Bitcoin is trading in, right around this region. And obviously this pullback looks so tiny in the grand scheme of things, which it really was, but you know, that was still roughly a 30% pullback just from that little boom. And then obviously you ended up making new highs. So I think that's where I get this similar market structure from. Same sort of scenario where you had that huge overbought RSI, which ended up having a big dip, which was this 30% correction. And then when you had your first bounce off that all-time high RSI, boom, you made new highs. So I think Bitcoin has that big correction, shakes out people, and then you push up, just like you did in this scenario. Really, the markets are still range bound. Bitcoin's coming in a little bit, good to see. So I think you're okay, Ram. I think you're okay. It's a big chunk. You know, my BITI position is currently on the swing trade side, a 6% weighting in the portfolio. 6% weighting. And then, I mean, we look at the total crypto market cap too. And that's also very reminiscent of almost what Bitcoin went through. But this market has definitely shocked, I think, a lot of people on all fronts. You know, the moves, the high moves that some of these stocks have made. So it almost makes you think that if the market does go through a big corrective phase, and the markets are closed, guys, markets are closed as of now. Basically, to sum things up, S&P down 0.9%, Q's down 0.38%, Russell down 0.79%. So the worst performing sector was the small caps and then the semiconductors again today. Today you did have the dollar eke out a small gain up 0.11%. Yields were green across all time frames. Tomorrow's CPI. You know, it doesn't really matter what happened today. It was a pretty nice session for us live trading. So congrats if you were to bank profits with us. Members, congrats on the 4 swing trade profits that we did today. And we pretty much had a terrific session here in the live day trading room. So it's 8:30 a.m. I will try to start the stream a little bit earlier tomorrow based off of the CPI news that we're expecting. And then during the pre-market, we'll be able to formulate a better plan, whether to go long, short some stocks. You know, it's tough. On gap downs, you typically want to go long. On gap ups, you typically want to go short, but we'll just have to see how big the move truly will be. You did see some hedges coming into the QQQs. I was seeing some QQQ flow. I saw some 413 puts coming in for tomorrow. That's probably just a hedge on the position because I don't think the NASDAQ is going to fall, 5.5% down to 413 or almost 6%. So those are probably just hedges. But regardless, there's some options flow that was seeing a little bit of negative price action in the indices. It's going to be interesting to see whether or not that CPI headline number comes in hotter, because if it does come in hotter, then that's 3 months of CPI where we have we have a potential trend forming of inflation starting to uptick. So if we get a third hotter print on the CPI, then that's 3 months of CPI data that has come in surprisingly hotter than consensus. Today you saw oil try dumping down and it got gobbled right back up. For the month of February, oil has been trading pretty much higher than the January month-over-month numbers. Comparing it to year-over-year numbers, it's kind of similar, in a very similar region, but definitely holding a positive bias and above, roughly in that region of $76 to $78 a barrel. That's kind of the average that the energy market is pricing in here for this next CPI print. So again, lots to discuss, lots to analyze as we progress through the rest of the trading week. Again, it's only Monday and we have a whole host of data tomorrow. If tomorrow is a positive day, then I think that sets up for a Wednesday rally. And then Thursday, we have a big data set as well: initial job loss claims, retail sales, and PPI. So again, it's going to be pretty imperative to see how that CPI print affects the market, because it does shape up for either a make or break week. A lot of bearish patterns are starting to form on some mega cap charts like Amazon, potentially seeing Meta showing some signs of breaking down on the back of comments from Trump. You're seeing Tesla in a bear market trend. NVDA is seeing some distribution at these zones. There's a big hourly chart pattern on NVIDIA that I'm watching. Hasn't triggered, but I'll pull it up here just for any viewers on the stream. It's on an hourly chart basis. And basically it is a head and shoulders that could be forming on the NVIDIA chart. Again, it hasn't triggered, but it could be forming. You would simply have a neckline pattern roughly around here. That would be your neckline. And then if this turns out to be a left shoulder, you have a very large size head. You have your left shoulder, and you could have a little bit of a right shoulder formulating here. On that note, thank you all for tuning in. Congrats on the trades that we did today on the likes of Costco and a few of the other positions that we traded. Puts on SMCI, that printed well. And on that note, I'm going to wrap up the stream here. If there's any final comments, I'm just going to read through here just to see. Thanks, Ram. Thank you. A lot of people buying BITI right now. Yeah, I think it's the sentiment around Coinbase. You had Coin and Mara. So Mara was dog shit all day, right? We had people asking about, why is Mara not performing? And it's been dog shit. It's been diverging from crypto really for a number of days now, not just one day, for like a week. As crypto is making new highs, Mara is falling. And then you're seeing a nasty little potential hammer candle on MSTR. So that one's falling a little bit in the after hours. So I think the dog shit price action in crypto stocks minus MSTR is really trying to change the crypto sentiment here. The fact that Coin made a new all-time high and then it pretty much closed negative today, down almost 0.96% when Bitcoin's still trading roughly at the all-time highs, is not an impressive thing to see in the crypto space. Thanks, It's Common Sense. Thanks, Michael. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in. Eric, everybody else. Samana, thank you for a new member. Andre, good to see. It's going to be interesting to see how Nat Gas reacts to tomorrow. We'll see if the markets sell off, if Nat Gas catches a bid. Right now, it's super, super weak. So we'll just have to reassess it as the price action comes. On that note, take care, everybody. We'll see you on the charts a little bit later.